Permettez-moi de saluer d'abord mon collègue ministre de l'Agriculture d'Afrique du Sud, à mon nom propre et au nom du gouvernement de la République de Côte d'Ivoire, pour l'accueil qui nous a été réservé, moi-même et ma délégation, depuis que nous sommes ici en Afrique du Sud. Alors, nous sommes très heureux d'être ici parce que simplement notre pays, qui est un pays phare de la sous-région en Afrique de l'Ouest, la CEDEAO, on dit en anglais ECOWAS, compte près de 400 millions d'habitants, 15 États. Et la Côte d'Ivoire est la puissance agricole de cette région. Nous avons, avec l'Afrique du Sud, décidé d'aller en partenariat. C'est pour cela que nous sommes ici à ce salon, que nous mettons à profit pour renforcer nos liens avec l'Afrique du Sud à travers mon collègue ministre de l'Agriculture. Et pour matériel, cela nous avons décidé pour le prochain salon qui est le plus grand en Afrique de l'Ouest qui va se tenir à Abidjan en novembre, de prendre l'Afrique du Sud comme pays à l'honneur. Et ça, chez nous, ça a une implication. Donc j'aimerais peut-être, avant d'aller trop loin, si c'est possible, si la régie le permet, qu'on puisse présenter ici, à l'assistance, par un film institutionnel, je crois, de 10 minutes, ce que c'est que la Côte d'Ivoire en matière agricole. Et vous allez vous rendre compte, comme le disait tout à l'heure le ministre, nous avons intérêt de renforcer la coopération sud-sud, parce que nous avons beaucoup à apprendre les uns des autres, et surtout, nous avons encore à booster les échanges commerciaux entre nos États. Merci beaucoup.
Okay. Can you roll the video? Can we roll the video? Press.
Ouais, ça marche.
Monsieur la ministre. Monsieur la ministre. Monsieur l'ambassadeur de Côte d'Ivoire en Afrique du Sud. Mesdames et messieurs, tous en vos rangs d'égalité, j'ai la charge de vous présenter ce dont monsieur le ministre vient de parler, le Salon international de l'agriculture et des ressources animales d'Abidjan, que l'État de Côte d'Ivoire organise. Mais si vous permettez, monsieur le ministre, avant de parler de notre salon, je voudrais au moins situer le cadre, le pays qui organise ce salon-là. Et donc, nous allons parler du salon du Sahara. Et avant cela,
tu as un écran devant là.
Nous allons vous présenter le pays qui organise ce salon. Ce pays, c'est la Côte d'Ivoire. Je ne sais pas si dans la salle, tout le monde connaît la Côte d'Ivoire. Nous sommes ici à Nampo, à Botaville. Et nous venons de la Côte d'Ivoire. La Côte d'Ivoire, c'est un pays qui est situé en Afrique de l'Ouest. Et entre Abidjan, la capitale de la Côte d'Ivoire, et Pretoria, c'est 4898 km. Monsieur le ministre vient de vous dire, si nous avons décidé de venir ici, de venir avec l'Afrique du Sud, c'est plein de sens. Et donc, nous sommes la Côte d'Ivoire, c'est la République de Côte d'Ivoire qui organise ce salon. Et la superficie totale de ce pays, c'est 322 000 km², avec un peu plus de 23 millions d'habitants. Nous avons plusieurs pays limitrophes. Nous avons le Ghana, le Burkina Faso, le Mali, la Guinée, le Libéria. Et la Côte d'Ivoire est membre de plusieurs communautés économiques, notamment la CEDEAO, l'UEMOA et la CENSAL. Et la Côte d'Ivoire, c'est un pays qui est très attractif. La Côte d'Ivoire est un pays très attractif de par sa position géographique, qui lui permet d'atteindre plusieurs marchés de la sous-région. Nous disposons d'un réseau routier qui est très dense. Nous disposons de chemins de fer, d'aéroports internationaux et d'aérodromes régionaux. La Côte d'Ivoire, c'est un pays attractif parce que nous avons 2 grands ports en eau profonde. Nous avons un parc hôtelier qui est très dense. Nous avons près de 7000, une capacité de près de 7754 chambres avec plus de 11 000 places. La Côte d'Ivoire, c'est un pays attractif parce que la Côte d'Ivoire, c'est une puissance économique dans la sous-région. Et depuis 2012, nous connaissons un coût d'accroissement moyen de 9,5%. Et selon les grandes institutions internationales, la Côte d'Ivoire est le pays qui a réalisé le bond qualitatif le plus important au titre de l'année 2015. Nous nous sommes classés 8e économie africaine la plus compétitive. Nous sommes classés le top 5 des économies les plus dynamiques au niveau mondial. Nous sommes classés dans le top 10 des pays réformateurs du climat des affaires par les rapports Doing Business de 2014 et 2015. Le secteur tertiaire se développe au même rythme que dans les pays développés. Le secteur secondaire, qui représente 33% du PIB, représente à lui seul près de 63% de l'industrie de l'Afrique de l'Ouest francophone. Et c'est une économie qui est basée sur l'agriculture. 22% du PIB, jusqu'à 70% des recettes d'exportation et 2/3 de la population active. Donc voilà ce pays-là qui organise le Salon de l'agriculture et des ressources animales d'Abidjan. Si vous permettez, nous allons ensemble voir les potentialités de ce pays en termes d'agriculture. Pourquoi nous organisons un salon d'agriculture? Avec votre permission, en 10 minutes, I need help.
Koejawels ruik na Sondag toe ek klein was en uit die boom se mik geryk het na die son. 'n Diep nostalgie het in die gemeenskaplike bewussyn ontstaan vir die verlore, maar nie vergete paradys nie, as ook 'n sterk begeerte om dit te herwin. Onthou jy die vetkoek en muns by die kerk se bazaar, die vis en chips by die kafee op die hoek, toegedraai in koerantpapier? Onthou jy die naweekbederf saam met oupa by die plaaslike koöperasie? Eintlik, jare later, het niks verander nie. Hinterland, herontdek dit wat saak maak. Deur die handelstakke Afgri Town and Country, Senwes Village en Farm City bied Hinterland jou alles wat jy kan onthou en soveel meer. Aan die ander kant het ons tred gehou met 'n snel ontwikkelende wêreld om aan jou selfs 'n nog beter ervaring te bied. Met 64 handelstakke in 6 provinsies is Hinterland daartoe verbind om verhoudings te bou en bande te smee. Ons glo in saamwerk, konsolidasie, uitbreiding, die uitbou van infrastruktuur, onderhandelinge, toeganklikheid, standvastigheid en die ontwerp van unieke oplossings. En dit is ons visie. Dit is juis ons persoonlike, langtermyn strategiese vennootskappe wat ons in staat stel om op elke vlak aan klante se behoeftes te voorsien. Ons klante kan die vrugte van hierdie vertrouensverhoudings en lojaliteit pluk. Deur ekonomie van skaal, kollektiewe koopkrag en effektiewe kostebestuur verseker ons dat ons klante die maksimum voordeel kan trek om koste-effektief besigheid te bedryf. Gesonde verhoudings is gegrond op wederwysige respek, eerlikheid en openhartigheid. Ons streef daarna om ook met jou 'n persoonlike langtermynverhouding te bou. Dit sluit in dat ons gereeld in verbinding bly met ons klante deur verskeie kommunikasiekanale, om te verseker dat elkeen op hoogte bly van nuwe produkte, ontwikkelinge en spesiale aanbiedinge. Ons luister ook graag na jou behoeftes en verwelkom voorstelle om jou koopervaring nog beter te maak. Hinterland, die bymekaar kom plek vir ons boere. Elke stadsjapie met 'n tuin, 'n huis, 'n een-stop inkopiesbestemming. Ons produkreeks sluit in 'n volledige reeks plaasbenodighede, insetkommoditeite soos saad, kunsmis en gewasbeskerming, brandstof, dieregesondheid en veevoer, en daarmee saam besproeiing, buitelewe produkte, doen dit self benodighede, wapens en ammunisie, sowel as tuin- en hardeware produkte. Hinterland verseker dat hul klante onbeperkte toegang het tot die produkte wat aan hul diverse vereistes voldoen. Hinterland se verhouding strek selfs nog verder en sluit noue bande met plaaslike gemeenskappe in. Op grondvlak is ons betrokke by 'n verskeidenheid gemeenskapsprojekte en opheffingsinisiatiewe en lewer ondersteuning aan plaaslike gemeenskappe. Hinterland is ook 'n trotse vennoot van die landbougespreksinisiatief Nasie in Gesprek, 'n platform wat van stapel gestuur is om die beeld van landbou te bevorder en gesprekke binne die industrie te stimuleer, om werkbare oplossings vir uitdagings te vind. Jy sien, deur die jare het soveel verander. Tog het soveel dieselfde gebly. By Hinterland ontmoet ervaring en innovering. Kom, herontdek dit wat saak maak. Koejawels ruik na Sondag toe ek klein was en uit die boom se mik geruik het na die son. 'n Diep nostalgie het in die gemeenskaplike bewussyn ontstaan vir die verlore maar nie vergete paradys nie, as ook 'n sterk begeerte om dit te herwin. Onthou jy die vetkoek en muns by die kerk se bazaar, die vis en chips by die kafee op die hoek, toegedraai in koerantpapier? Onthou jy die naweekbederf saam met oupa by die plaaslike koöperasie? Eintlik, jare later, het niks verander nie. Hinterland, herontdek dit wat saak maak. Deur die handelstakke Afgri Town and Country, Senwes Village en Farm City bied Hinterland jou alles wat jy kan onthou en soveel meer. Aan die ander kant het ons tred gehou met 'n snel ontwikkelende wêreld om aan jou selfs 'n nog beter ervaring te bied. Met 64 handelstakke in 6 provinsies is Hinterland daartoe verbind om verhoudings te bou en bande te smee. Ons glo in saamwerk, konsolidasie, uitbreiding, die uitbou van infrastruktuur, onderhandelinge, toeganklikheid, standvastigheid en die ontwerp van unieke oplossings. En dit is ons visie. Dit is juis ons persoonlike, langtermyn strategiese vennootskappe wat ons in staat stel om op elke vlak aan klante se behoeftes te voorsien. Ons klante kan die vrugte van hierdie vertrouensverhoudings en lojaliteit pluk. Deur ekonomie van skaal, kollektiewe koopkrag en effektiewe kostebestuur verseker ons dat ons klante die maksimum voordeel kan trek om koste-effektief besigheid te bedryf. Gesonde verhoudings is gegrond op wederwysige respek, eerlikheid en openhartigheid. Ons streef daarna om ook met jou 'n persoonlike langtermynverhouding te bou. Dit sluit in dat ons gereeld in verbinding bly met ons klante deur verskeie kommunikasiekanale, om te verseker dat elkeen op hoogte bly van nuwe produkte, ontwikkelinge en spesiale aanbiedinge. Ons luister ook graag na jou behoeftes en verwelkom voorstelle om jou koopervaring nog beter te maak. Hinterland, die bymekaarkomplek vir ons boere. Elke stadsjapie met 'n tuin, 'n huis, 'n een-stop inkopiebestemming. Ons produkreeks sluit in 'n volledige reeks plaasbenodighede, insetkommoditeite soos saad, kunsmis en gewasbeskerming, brandstof, dieregesondheid en veevoer, en daarmee saam besproeiing, buiteleweprodukte, doen dit self benodighede, wapens en ammunisie, sowel as tuin- en hardeware produkte. Hinterland verseker dat hul klante onbeperkte toegang het tot die produkte wat aan hul diverse vereistes voldoen. Hinterland se verhouding strek selfs nog verder en sluit noue bande met plaaslike gemeenskappe in. Op grondvlak is ons betrokke by 'n verskeidenheid gemeenskapsprojekte en opheffingsinisiatiewe en lewer ondersteuning aan plaaslike gemeenskappe. Hinterland is ook 'n trotse vennoot van die landbougesprekinisiatief Nasie in Gesprek, 'n platform wat van stapel gestuur is om die beeld van landbou te bevorder en gesprekke binne die industrie te stimuleer, om werkbare oplossings vir uitdagings te vind. Jy sien, deur die jare het soveel verander. Tog het soveel dieselfde gebly. By Hinterland ontmoet ervaring en innovering. Kom, herontdek dit wat saak maak. Koejawels ruik na Sondag toe ek klein was en uit die boom se mik geruik het na die son. 'n Diep nostalgie het in die gemeenskaplike bewussyn ontstaan vir die verlore maar nie vergete paradys nie, as ook 'n sterk begeerte om dit te herwin. Onthou jy die vetkoek en muns by die kerk se bazaar, die vis en chips by die kafee op die hoek, toegedraai in koerantpapier? Onthou jy die naweekbederf saam met oupa by die plaaslike koöperasie? Eintlik, jare later, het niks verander nie. Hinterland, herontdek dit wat saak maak. Deur die handelstakke Afgri Town and Country, Senwes Village en Farm City bied Hinterland jou alles wat jy kan onthou en soveel meer. Aan die ander kant het ons tred gehou met 'n snel ontwikkelende wêreld om aan jou selfs 'n nog beter ervaring te bied. Met 64 handelstakke in 6 provinsies is Hinterland daartoe verbind om verhoudings te bou en bande te smeer. Ons glo in saamwerk, konsolidasie, uitbreiding, die uitbou van infrastruktuur, onderhandelinge, toeganklikheid, standvastigheid en die ontwerp van unieke oplossings. En dit is ons visie. Dit is juis ons persoonlike, langtermyn strategiese vennootskappe wat ons in staat stel om op elke vlak aan klante se behoeftes te voorsien. Ons klante kan die vrugte van hierdie vertrouensverhoudings en lojaliteit pluk. Deur ekonomie van skaal, kollektiewe koopkrag en effektiewe kostebestuur verseker ons dat ons klante die maksimum voordeel kan trek om koste-effektief besigheid te bedryf. Gesonde verhoudings is gegrond op wederwysige respek, eerlikheid en openhartigheid. Ons streef daarna om ook met jou 'n persoonlike langtermyn verhouding te bou. Dit sluit in dat ons gereeld in verbinding bly met ons klante deur verskeie kommunikasiekanale, om te verseker dat elkeen op hoogte bly van nuwe produkte, ontwikkelinge en spesiale aanbiedinge. Ons luister ook graag na jou behoeftes en verwelkom voorstelle om jou koopervaring nog beter te maak. Hinterland, die bymekaar kom plek vir ons boere. Elke stadsjapie met 'n tuin, 'n huis, 'n eenstop inkopiebestemming. Ons produkreeks sluit in 'n volledige reeks plaasbenodighede, insetkommoditeite soos saad, kunsmis en gewasbeskerming, brandstof, dieregesondheid en veevoer, en daarmee saam besproeiing, buitelewe produkte, doen dit self benodighede, wapens en ammunisie, sowel as tuin- en hardeware produkte. Hinterland verseker dat hul klante onbeperkte toegang het tot die produkte wat aan hul diverse vereistes voldoen. Hinterland se verhouding strek selfs nog verder en sluit noue bande met plaaslike gemeenskappe in. Op grondvlak is ons betrokke by 'n verskeidenheid gemeenskapsprojekte en opheffingsinisiatiewe en lewer ondersteuning aan plaaslike gemeenskappe. Hinterland is ook 'n trotse vennoot van die landbougesprekinisiatief Nasie in Gesprek, 'n platform wat van stapel gestuur is om die beeld van landbou te bevorder en gesprekke binne die industrie te stimuleer, om werkbare oplossings vir uitdagings te vind. Jy sien, deur die jare het soveel verander. Tog het soveel dieselfde gebly. By Hinterland ontmoet ervaring en innovering. Kom, herontdek dit wat saak maak. Koejawels ruik na Sondag toe ek klein was en uit die boom se mik geruik het na die son. 'n Diep nostalgie het in die gemeenskaplike bewussyn ontstaan vir die verlore, maar nie vergete paradys nie, as ook 'n sterk begeerte om dit te herwin. Onthou jy die vetkoek en mins by die kerk se bazaar, die vis en chips by die kafee op die hoek, toegedraai in koerantpapier? Onthou jy die naweekbederf saam met oupa by die plaaslike koöperasie? Eintlik, jare later, het niks verander nie. Hinterland, herontdek dit wat saak maak. Deur die handelstakke Afgri Town and Country, Senwes Village en Farm City bied Hinterland jou alles wat jy kan onthou en soveel meer. Aan die ander kant het ons tred gehou met 'n snel ontwikkelende wêreld om aan jou selfs 'n nog beter ervaring te bied. Met 64 handelstakke in 6 provinsies is Hinterland daartoe verbind om verhoudings te bou en bande te smee. Ons glo in saamwerk, konsolidasie, uitbreiding, die uitbou van infrastruktuur, onderhandelinge, toeganklikheid, standvastigheid en die ontwerp van unieke oplossings. En dit is ons visie. Dit is juis ons persoonlike, langtermyn strategiese vennootskappe wat ons in staat stel om op elke vlak aan klante se behoeftes te voorsien. Ons klante kan die vrugte van hierdie vertrouensverhoudings en lojaliteit pluk. Deur ekonomie van skaal, kollektiewe koopkrag en effektiewe kostebestuur verseker ons dat ons klante die maksimum voordeel kan trek om koste-effektief besigheid te bedryf. Gesonde verhoudings is gegrond op wederwysige respek, eerlikheid en openhartigheid. Ons streef daarna om ook met jou 'n persoonlike langtermynverhouding te bou. Dit sluit in dat ons gereeld in verbinding bly met ons klante deur verskeie kommunikasiekanale om te verseker dat elkeen op hoogte bly van nuwe produkte, ontwikkelinge en spesiale aanbiedinge. Ons luister ook graag na jou behoeftes en verwelkom voorstelle om jou koopervaring nog beter te maak. Hinterland, die bymekaar kom plek vir ons boere. Elke stadsjapie met 'n tuin, 'n huis, 'n een-stop inkopiesbestemming. Ons produkreeks sluit in 'n volledige reeks plaasbenodighede, insetkommoditeite soos saad, kunsmis en gewasbeskerming, brandstof, dieregesondheid en veevoer. En daarmee saam besproeiing, buitelewe produkte, doen dit self benodighede, wapens en ammunisie, sowel as tuin- en hardeware produkte. Hinterland verseker dat hul klante onbeperkte toegang het tot die produkte wat aan hul diverse vereistes voldoen. Hinterland se verhouding strek selfs nog verder en sluit noue bande met plaaslike gemeenskappe in. Op grondvlak is ons betrokke by 'n verskeidenheid gemeenskapsprojekte en opheffingsinisiatiewe en lewer ondersteuning aan plaaslike gemeenskappe. Hinterland is ook 'n trotse vennoot van die landbougespreksinisiatief Nasie in Gesprek, 'n platform wat van stapel gestuur is om die beeld van landbou te bevorder en gesprekke binne die industrie te stimuleer, om werkbare oplossings vir uitdagings te vind. Jy sien, deur die jare het soveel verander. Tog het soveel dieselfde gebly. By Hinterland ontmoet ervaring en innovering. Kom, herontdek dit wat saak maak.
What you leave behind is not what is engraved in stone monuments, but what is woven into the lives of others. Our deep respect for the land and its harvest is the legacy of generations of farmers who put food on our tables, preserve our landscape, and inspire us with a powerful work ethic. By being devoted to the value chain that supports food security, we are connected to the families it feeds, the potential it nurtures, and the purpose it provides. Your vision, our passion. Senves, breaking new ground. With its operations in the heartland of central South Africa, Senves has been serving the entire food sector, not only in South Africa, but also beyond the national borders for more than 100 years. We feel the bite of every drought and the joy when the rain finally comes. It's about being there for you when it matters most. Adaptability and innovation are some of the most important traits needed to thrive. Our constant drive to better our services and products has enabled us to develop integrated business solutions with the final aim to provide workable solutions. As one of the most respected agribusinesses on the continent, our team is tuned to the beat of ensuring sustainable livelihoods for all. And as partners do, we see your improved value, productivity and profitability also as our success. Senves has invested in a number of independent corporate entities to broaden our role in the agri-value chain. Having the right tools and supplies are important factors in running a farm. Joining forces makes us stronger, such as the Hinterland joint venture between Senves and Afgri. Trading as Afgri Town and Country, Farm City and Senves Village, Hinterland provides a retail offering through 64 branches in 6 provinces, including a variety of products and services. Bringing you the best quality and reliable equipment is a priority for us. Senves Equipment is therefore the exclusive supplier of John Deere and JCB whole goods, parts and services to Central South Africa and the Eastern Cape through 27 outlets and 18 workshops. Senves also recognizes the importance of precision farming to ensure profitability and sustainability. We therefore work with you towards tailored solutions. Senves Equipment expanded its footprint to the Western Cape through a joint venture with JDI as exclusive John Deere and JCB supplier in this province. Produst is now one of the largest wholesale and bulk suppliers of agricultural implement components, replacement parts and tools, with over 1,500 outlets in Southern Africa to ensure accessibility to supplies. Another partnership to create a reliable supply chain. Grasland specializes in producing high-quality dolomite and calcite lime products for agriculture and industrial use from their 4 mines in the Northwest Province. Thus, by feeding the soil that feeds the nation, Senves and NWK complements the food value chain. Without quality seed, the input value chain is as good as broken. Senves Seed gives producers peace of mind by providing this vital link in sustainable agriculture. The Senves service offering is crafted to assist you through an integrated business solution approach. Getting the necessary funds to run a farming business is often a challenge. With the financial assistance offered through Senves Credit, you can breathe a bit easier. We offer unique and sustainable credit solutions to bridge the gap when you need it most, enabling producers and grain off-takers to afford new ventures and grow their enterprises. Need some assistance to afford the necessary movable assets? Look no further than Senves Asset Finance. This joint venture between Senves and Westbank provides financial services regarding all movable asset needs. Senvest joined forces with NWK to create Certisure, looking after your personal and business risk management. As a financial services provider, we offer a comprehensive range of solutions from asset, crop insurance, financial planning, credit life insurance and medical schemes. We leave no man behind. Univision Broker Services provides administration services to various short-term insurance brokers to give you added peace of mind. Market access is a crucial link in the food value chain. Senvest GrainLink is the proverbial matchmaker between the farm and off-taker. The grain storage capacity of Senvest GrainLink silos is a staggering 4.8 million tons in its 68 grain silo complexes. This is slightly more than a quarter of the total capacity of the country's commercial grain storage infrastructure. We make sure that the harvest is handled with care throughout our grading, weighing and storing process. Through 18 grain procurement offices and grain trading desks, we create a smooth link between grain procurement and marketing. Basis Link was developed by Senvest GrainLink, an online grain basis trading system to make trading more transparent. Supporting the Senvest GrainLink notion of easy, transparent trading, electronic silo certificates is an efficient, secure system allowing owners to safely and conveniently manage their own portfolios online. Transporting your goods to the market is as old as farming itself. Senvest and Imperial Logistics saw the need and formed Grainovation, offering specialized transportation of grain commodities in Southern Africa. Senvest also invests in soft commodity trading, yet another essential part of the value chain, bringing products from the farm to the processors. TradeVantage combines grain marketing and trading services on national and international platforms. As a full subsidiary of Senvest, clients benefit from the strong support and network of the company. These benefits include access to competitive markets and quick and effective payments. Clients can count on negotiable contracting and delivery terms. Senvest and 8 partners have come together to give back to rural communities through Tobo Trust, with the aim to promote sustainable development. Beneficiaries include employees from Senvest, farm workers, new entrants to the sector and small-scale farmers. The team of people who make Senvest what it is shares in the vision and passion of producers and off-takers. Consistent in our efforts, we don't want to leave anything to chance. Therefore, we developed the Senvest Group Agri Rewards Loyalty Scheme. In this country's new chapter, we have proven our commitment to sustainable agriculture, as well as to those who were left behind. Thought-leading initiatives such as Nation in Conversation was created by Senvest a few years ago to encourage dialogue between everyone in the food value chain right up to the consumer to better understand and manage change. Senvest also fully understands the power of sport to bring people together. Senvest partnered with Northwest Cricket with the Senvest Spinners program, focusing on farm school cricket development. Yet another initiative to make a real change in rural communities. If the past century has shown us anything, it is that integrity, honor, respect and loyalty is a sound foundation to build on. At Senvest, we are proud of this legacy. Because we value all people, we invest in you, the producer, the off-takers, the consumer, and every man, woman and child. Senvest will continue to bring you integrated solutions. We will keep on creating new paths to navigate markets. Our passion is to see you succeed on your farm and in the value chain, now and for generations to come. Your passion, our vision. We are Senvest, breaking new ground.
Koejawels ruik na Sondag toe ek klein was en uit die boom se mik geruik het na die son. 'n Diep nostalgie het in die gemeenskaplike bewussyn ontstaan vir die verlore maar nie vergete paradys nie, as ook 'n sterk begeerte om dit te herwin. Onthou jy die vetkoek en muns by die kerk se bazaar, die vis en chips by die kafee op die hoek, toegedraai in koerantpapier? Onthou jy die naweekbederf saam met oupa by die plaaslike koöperasie? Eintlik, jare later, het niks verander nie. Hinterland, herontdek dit wat saak maak. Deur die handelstakke Afgri Town and Country, Senwes Village en Farm City bied Hinterland jou alles wat jy kan onthou en soveel meer. Aan die ander kant het ons tred gehou met 'n snel ontwikkelende wêreld om aan jou selfs 'n nog beter ervaring te bied. Met 64 handelstakke in 6 provinsies is Hinterland daartoe verbind om verhoudings te bou en bande te smee. Ons glo in saamwerk, konsolidasie, uitbreiding, die uitbou van infrastruktuur, onderhandelinge, toeganklikheid, standvastigheid en die ontwerp van unieke oplossings. En dit is ons visie. Dit is juis ons persoonlike, langtermyn strategiese vennootskappe wat ons in staat stel om op elke vlak aan klante se behoeftes te voorsien. Ons klante kan die vrugte van hierdie vertrouensverhoudings en lojaliteit pluk. Deur ekonomie van skaal, kollektiewe koopkrag en effektiewe kostebestuur verseker ons dat ons klante die maksimum voordeel kan trek om koste-effektief besigheid te bedryf. Gesonde verhoudings is gegrond op wederwysige respek, eerlikheid en openhartigheid. Ons streef daarna om ook met jou 'n persoonlike langtermynverhouding te bou. Dit sluit in dat ons gereeld in verbinding bly met ons klante deur verskeie kommunikasiekanale om te verseker dat elkeen op hoogte bly van nuwe produkte, ontwikkelinge en spesiale aanbiedinge. Ons luister ook graag na jou behoeftes en verwelkom voorstelle om jou koopervaring nog beter te maak. Hinterland, die bymekaar kom plek vir ons boere. Elke stadsjapie met 'n tuin, 'n huis, 'n eenstop inkopiebestemming. Ons produkreeks sluit in 'n volledige reeks plaasbenodighede, insetkommoditeite soos saad, kunsmis en gewasbeskerming, brandstof, dieregesondheid en veevoer, en daarmee saam besproeiing, buiteleweprodukte, doen dit self benodighede, wapens en ammunisie, sowel as tuin- en hardeware produkte. Hinterland verseker dat hul klante onbeperkte toegang het tot die produkte wat aan hul diverse vereistes voldoen. Hinterland se verhouding strek selfs nog verder en sluit noue bande met plaaslike gemeenskappe in. Op grondvlak is ons betrokke by 'n verskeidenheid gemeenskapsprojekte en opheffingsinisiatiewe en lewer ondersteuning aan plaaslike gemeenskappe. Hinterland is ook 'n trotse vennoot van die landbougesprekinisiatief Nasie in Gesprek, 'n platform wat van stapel gestuur is om die beeld van landbou te bevorder en gesprekke binne die industrie te stimuleer om werkbare oplossings vir uitdagings te vind. Jy sien, deur die jare het soveel verander. Tog het soveel dieselfde gebly. By Hinterland ontmoet ervaring en innovering. Kom, herontdek dit wat saak maak.
What you leave behind is not what is engraved in stone monuments, but what is woven into the lives of others. Our deep respect for the land and its harvest is the legacy of generations of farmers who put food on our tables, preserve our landscape, and inspire us with a powerful work ethic. By being devoted to the value chain that supports food security, we are connected to the families it feeds, the potential it nurtures, and the purpose it provides. Your vision, our passion. Senves, breaking new ground. With its operations in the heartland of central South Africa, Senves has been serving the entire food sector, not only in South Africa, but also beyond the national borders for more than 100 years. We feel the bite of every drought and the joy when the rain finally comes. It's about being there for you when it matters most. Adaptability and innovation are some of the most important traits needed to thrive. Our constant drive to better our services and products has enabled us to develop integrated business solutions with the final aim to provide workable solutions. As one of the most respected agribusinesses on the continent, our team is tuned to the beat of ensuring sustainable livelihoods for all. And as partners do, we see your improved value, productivity and profitability also. Nasie in gesprek met trots aan jou gebring deur Afgri, Monsanto, Nedbank, Senves, Engen, Graan SA en John Deere.
Hello and welcome to Nation in Conversation, broadcasting from Nampo Harvest Day in Bothaville. I am Bruce Whitfield, and we've got guests in studio. We've got a live studio audience. You can make yourselves known, studio audience. People must know that you're here. Applause, please. Applause. Thank you. Live studio audience. We wouldn't lie to you. Right next to me, Francois Strydom is with Senves. Next to him, Pierre Venter from the Banking Association of South Africa. The Banking Association represents the interests of South Africa's big banks. Next is John Purchase. He's from AgBiz. And Mpumelelo is also with us. Mpumelelo Mkabela. He is from Ntambose Consult. So welcome to our panelists this morning. It's this afternoon. It is this afternoon here at Nampo in Bothaville. Mpumelelo, I'm going to start with you. Land restitution, that's what we're talking about today, and particularly at a time of deep political conflict in South Africa, where 23 or 24 years into our democracy, we haven't seen the economic liberation that many people hoped would accompany political liberation, and the land issue is being put front and center of what is troubling South Africa today. From a political perspective, you're doing your PhD in political science right now. Give us a perspective, please.
Well, you have to look at it from a political, historical, economic, cultural point of view. Historical, in a sense that we all know our history is a history of dispossession. From 1652 up to 1994, it's been a painful history of oppression of the majority of people. At the heart of that oppression has been land dispossession. And the secondary elements were exploitation, labor exploitation, and other systems that followed from that. But with the dispossession of the land came the cultural aspect, the sentimental attachment to the land and everything that flows from that. And of course, the deprivation of capital, land as capital, not as land for settlement purposes. So you have a whole range of historical factors that necessitates the kind of discussion we're having today. So what was supposed to have happened from 1994 up to now? You remember that at the early stages, the government had a target that by 2014, 30% of land should have been distributed to the previously dispossessed or disadvantaged. We all know the government failed on its target. We also know that even the little that the government managed to distribute to the previously dispossessed to address all of these factors that I'm talking about, very little of it has been put to good use. So you will now have a situation where income inequalities are so rife in this country that people are now looking for solutions to the problem. And as a result of which, you find all kinds of radical proposals. Some people are saying expropriate without compensation. Other people are saying, well, the Constitution doesn't allow it. But constitutional experts say, yes, we can do it provided you comply with the other clause in the Constitution. It says you can expropriate for public purpose or for a public interest purpose, as in for land reform, but you have to comply with the other aspect, which is compensate equitably. So we're having all of these debates right now, and as a result of the fact that we couldn't succeed in the last 23 years to do what the government set out to do. So it's a policy failure on the part of government. It's also now resulting into all kinds of unnecessary radical calls from the left of the political spectrum. And then you have unemployment, low economic growth, which is now festering this tension in society. So, but my view is that we should always try and go back to what got us into the election in 1994, the negotiations that have happened. That spirit of conversations among different sectors, even different, in fact, warring factions in society, to come back to that and some kind of a codessa of sort. It doesn't have to be in the same format, but it can be in different formats where we sit around the table, discuss what can we do to get the country to move forward.
I just want to clarify something you said that's really important. Land as capital, not for settlement. I mean, that's quite a punchy statement to make, because I mean, I have a view that not everybody in South Africa necessarily wants to become a farmer, but because of the political dispossession you talk about over the last 350 years, people want access to capital in order to have some choices about their economic future and the economic future of their families. Just clarify for me what you mean by that phrase, land as capital, not for settlement.
I'll put it simple. If the government builds you an RDP house, it's pure settlement. It's not capital. You don't even own the RDP house. You don't even own the land on which the RDP house is built, because the government doesn't give you title. So you can't even go to the bank and raise a loan out of that few square meters where the land is located. So for as long as you can't raise capital out of it, it means you don't have a capital base.
Yeah.
So that's pure settlement.
Okay.
So what we're talking about for agricultural purposes, for broader land reform purposes, goes beyond settlement. We're talking about land as capital, as a means of production.
Okay. Francois Stroden, let's go to you from Senves. I mean, how nervous are you? How nervous are your members about this, the politics of land right now?
Look, I think, Bruce, it does affect them, but as all good businessmen in every sector of the food value chain, they stick to their guns. And I think it's now, you know, I agree with Mpumelelo's last statement. You can use an issue as a divider or as a unifier. Look, the history that we have, it's a known fact. So,
I mean, Mpumelelo makes the point that there's been a policy failure on behalf of government. So government, therefore, is under huge pressure to rectify the policy. And it could do so alone, or it could do so in collaboration and in cooperation with the agricultural sector. Are those channels of communication open, and are they functioning as well as they should be?
I think, like in every sector, the businessmen are open to new things, to new policies, to new ways of improving their business. So you will find a businessman who will listen to the logic of the idea. Let's take land and...
You're talking about logic, but land isn't necessarily all about logic. There's a huge amount of pent-up frustration and emotion and raw anger, which defies any kind of logic that you might want to bring into the conversation.
Yes.
And that's the great divide right now in terms of land, isn't it?
I'll make the statement that politically, the political animals would want that divide, because that's the environment in which they thrive. They want to blow this political divide, because that's how their business model works like that. So I'm a businessman. I can only stick to that. I must follow that route. And that's where I want to let's build the argument. Let's work around that fact.
That's where you want to build the argument, and I accept that that's where you want to build the argument, but you're not in charge of the argument. The argument is on the streets. The argument is in poor townships. The argument is amongst far more people than you can muster together to have a logical discussion about the future of land. The argument is one of life and death, and the perception of the value that is tied up in the land.
Yes, but let me tell you about life and death. So, and if the maize price, like last year, is at 5,000 rand, that's life and death.
Yeah.
So when the food prices go out the window, that's life and death. When we get the business sector to focus around those ideas, around the ideas of the multiplying effect of agriculture in the economy, that's how we fix it. It might not be the argument in the streets, but that's the solution.
It may be. John Purchase, I mean, you represent the agricultural business value chain, if you like. I mean, yes, you can talk businesses until you're blue in the face. But if you've got, I don't know how many unemployed people are there in South Africa, 16 or 17 million, social grants are paid every month to about 10 million people, that's an awful lot of social pressure. And a very easy cauldron in an environment, as Mpumelelo so clearly spells out, of one of rising unemployment, rising economic dissatisfaction, the sense of dispossession, very easy political touch points that can be relied upon to take 10 million people, approximately, give or take, and say, you've had a raw deal. I mean, how nervous are you guys at Agbiz?
Yes, we are very involved in the debate with the Department of Rural Development and Land Reform, with the Minister and senior officials continuously, since the release of the Green Paper in 2011 through the NAREC process, and subsequently through various work streams that we have with them. And I think the problem with land reform is that the government hasn't delivered on its policies and promises to the electorate. And that's why we're in such a crunch situation at the moment. Now, we recognize that. We recognize that land reform must take place. There is a skewed ownership pattern. It's how it takes place and what your end goals are. And you've got to balance the rights of the population to economic inclusivity, in other words, also to the right to property ownership, with your economic situation, and then also with food security. So it's a balancing game that you've got to play to redress the past, but in the process, not damage your economy, maintain the land market, and ensure that we have food security in this country. If we don't get that balancing act right, then you're in a zero game to the bottom.
Absolutely.
And that's in essence what this debate has got to be about. I think Judge Albie Sachs wrote a seminal piece about a week ago exactly on this issue. And he said, but the Constitution provides a framework for what he termed radical land reform without going outside of the Constitution. If you want to go expropriation without compensation, without a doubt, you will have to change the Constitution fairly distinctly, especially Clause 25. So,
what is Clause 25?
Clause 25 is the clause, and it's quite a long clause with good guidelines around property, not just farmland property or fixed property, also all property. And it deals with how property must be dealt with in the Constitution. But it just gives you a framework. And that framework, I think government has not interpreted correctly and has not been put in place the right policies and plans to implement. I think part of the problem is also is an implementation problem. We've spent billions and billions of rand on land restitution and reform and don't show enough for it. I think that is part of the problem that we have.
Mpumelelo made the point that we've seen land reform attempts and we've seen quite clumsy implementation of land reform, where farmers have said, well, there's your land, there's a tractor, here's some seed, good luck, and off government goes to the next project. And very often these farmers have been set up almost to fail.
Yeah.
I mean, is that your observation?
Yes, well, the minister a while back, a couple of years ago, said that 90% of the farms that had been restituted were non-functional, where land had been given back to the original owners. And many of the farms, both through restitution, where the land has been given back where they haven't taken money, but also through PLUS, the proactive land acquisition strategy, which is their redistribution policy. Many of those farms are also not functional or being farmed optimally. And that is because the skills are not necessarily there, the support measures are not necessarily there. So there are other deficiencies in those processes that we need to look at. That's why we've come up with BASA. We've got a program that we call the Agwis BASA model, and to speed up land reform. We're trying to speed up land reform, where we said that we will put in private capital for land reform on a 50-50 basis, basically with government, where the farm owner goes into a joint venture either with his workers or with a BE partner into a JV, buys a piece of land, or it can be on that same of his land that he then just puts into this JV, and you get financing, also part financing or part funding from government.
There's some really nice examples of that, and I want to talk about one of those in just a moment, with which you'll be familiar. Let's give a turn to Pierre Venter from the Banking Association. I mean, you guys, your members must be particularly concerned, because it's not the farmers of Bothaville and beyond that really do own the land. Your members own the land. I mean, at least half the land, probably. Farmers have got, 145 billion rand in debt, or thereabouts, to organizations like Centralwest, or Senvest, I beg your pardon. I'm going back 20 years, Senvest, and to your member banks.
Bruce, we are concerned. I think if you look at the 145 billion that you talk about, you need to break it up though. Of that, about 112 billion equals exposure to commercial banks.
Can I ask you just to project a little bit? People are putting their hands to their ears, and those are some of the younger people in the audience. The older ones can lip read. It's okay. There we go, and just a better microphone. There we go, thank you. There we go. No, close to your mic, it will work.
Bruce, we are...
It's all working, look at that.
Is it working?
Yeah.
Good. Bruce, we are concerned, but I think you need to break up that 145 billion. I think in the first instance, your commercial banks, their exposure is 112 of the 145, the balance is land bank. And then from there, you need to break it down into short, medium, and long-term loans. And the long-term loans, which is where we place reliance on the land, is about 48 odd billion rand. So it's about 45% of our overall exposure is directly linked to the property. But I think ultimately your big losers is going to be SA Inc., because I think the moment a shock like that hit the financial system, you would have fallout all over JSE and so on.
So let's say hypothetically, somebody wakes up one morning and manages to get enough people.
Sorry, we're just quickly going to fix the audio, and then we're going to continue our discussion. Sorry about it.
Can I move? For continuity, there we go.
Must freeze.
Yeah, just exactly. Freeze frame.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
There will be, yes.
Okay now? Right. I think just leave it there in case.
Where were we before we were so rudely interrupted? Oh, yes. Right, got you. Lovely. You guys are nervous.
What you leave behind is not what is engraved in stone monuments.
Pierre Venter from the Banking Association. You guys in the banking sector are nervous because you have got a big stake in the farming sector, indirectly. You lend farmers money. There's 145 billion rands worth of farming debt owed to financial institutions. How nervous are you?
We're concerned. I think if there was a collapse, expropriation without compensation, the banks would be able to ride through it. We have sufficient capital. Our banks are well capitalized, and about 48 billion rands worth of exposure directly linked to property. We'd be able to ride through it. It would create a crisis, but I think the secondary impact on SA Inc. is far more serious, because your financial system is interlinked, and what you will see is the collapse of our stock exchange, the downgrade in South Africa, and ultimately it would lead to food insecurity.
What does a poor person living in a shack in an informal settlement who's never had a job and they're 45 years old give a damn about that? It makes absolutely no difference to their livelihood, they feel, and Francois is going to slap me very soon. Until food prices double, they don't see the consequence.
No, they don't, Bruce. And I think that's
and they've got nothing to lose at this particular point of the debate.
Absolutely, and that's exactly what Francois was suggesting just now, that there really needs to be an informed position in South Africa, and I think an informed position is created through dialogue, and we've been promoting for some years the need for transformation in the agricultural sector. We've created that finance model that John was talking about a minute ago. But I think more importantly, Bruce, if you look last year, the Finance and Fiscal Commission, they produced a report, and that the chapter that deals on agriculture actually highlights the failure of our land reform in our country. And there's an urgent need for us to now pick it up through dialogue and actually do a deal, which is what Mpumalelo was talking about a minute or two ago, where we actually take agriculture forward. Our sector is sitting with very high levels of uncertainty at the moment.
Mpumalelo, all these guys are talking a good talk. Is it going to wash?
Well, I think we have to start from the position that we're all agreed about the constitutional requirements, that there has to be transformation in the ownership patterns in the country. And I think from what John is saying, there's clearly an agreement, there's commitment on the side of the current owners of the land to work with new emerging farmers, but the government also must get its policies right. I think at the heart of this thing, beyond all these pontifications about principles and things like that, the bottom line is that we have to get the skills revolution in this country running, so that even with policy failures, where the government, for whatever reason, fails to implement some of its projects, but we've got a skills revolution where we've got people that are skilled in what they want to do. And then you have to have a pocket of many South Africans who can actually do stuff outside government assistance. So that they can come. I mean, the other day I read a story about Ngebulana, the guy who owns Rebosis, the property company. He said, I started my company from the scratch, no assistance from anybody. There's a new BE charter that's now the government is talking about. He says, well, maybe it will come, property charter, maybe it will come, but it will find me already up there. So if we have a good skills revolution, it can mitigate against failures on the part of government. Sometimes government is not willing, it's not about failing necessarily. It's about bureaucracy, it's about contesting policy positions with other parties and other sectors. So things can get slow. But if we have got a skills revolution in agriculture across the whole value chain, from the financing part, from project management, extension officer, I'm told we don't have proper, enough extension officers in this country. And, agricultural scientists across the whole value chain. You train young black people who are interested in farming. We can break the legacy of dispossession, because dispossession came with dispossession of skill, unfortunately.
Somebody sent a message into my radio show last night saying, when you have your panel discussion tomorrow, which is today, please ask your panelists about transformation in agricultural colleges. I mean, there's an agricultural college in Potch, there's Sadara, which is the famous one in KZN, there must be others. How many of the young people in agricultural college today are black? Any clue? Anybody in the audience know? Anybody know? Majority. Yeah. Okay. So we're seeing there's a pipeline of talent coming through agricultural colleges. Where are they going? What's happening to them?
So certainly the formal business sector pick up a lot of them.
But they're not going into farming?
Well, some of them are going into farming. But this is not purely about farming. So this is about the whole value chain.
Sure.
Because it doesn't help we have a very good farming sector, but the whole value chain isn't functional. So we're really talking across the competitive landscape of value production. And I see them coming through. But the point is the big and the forward-looking businessmen are drawing that into them. They're the guys that's employing the masses, that's creating jobs. Look, I think there's a misconception about government's role. Government was never meant to be an implementer. It has to set the scene. Business has to implement.
Has business done everything it needs to do in the last 23, 24 years?
No, I don't think so. No, you can always say, there's gaps. But certainly, they are where they are, and they're world competitive for doing more things right than wrong.
Sure. What could business have done more effectively in the last 24 years that they could ramp up in the next 5 to actually see a tangible difference in transformation in agriculture?
Look, I think one of the good points that was made at the media launch last night is better integration at local level. So we still, I think, we still are too divided at local level. We don't know each other well enough. Businessmen doesn't work well enough. Farmers adjacent to each other doesn't work well enough. So typically this platform, to take that down to local level and foster the debate and find solutions, because this is really what South Africa is about. We've had enough of talking and of shouting. We have to implement and get successes on the ground. So I think those are typically things that we can and should do.
I mean, there's some really interesting projects. I think, John, you alluded to some of these projects. Solms Delta, for example, is a wine farm near Franschhoek. And the Solms family, 7 generations of owners on the land. The current Solms owner of the land is an academic at UCT, inherited the property and decided he wanted to transform the agricultural business, went and lived on the land. And about a year into living on the land, he kind of went, I don't want to give this away. And he felt a bit guilty about the fact that he didn't want to give it away. But he got into a conversation with his neighbor, the Astors. The Astors, big American money. They farm next door to Solms Delta. And together they bought a third farm, a neighboring farm that was on the market. They put that into a trust. The trust then incorporated labor from the Astor property and from the Solms Delta property. And that was the starting point of a business now which has got the farm workers with 100% of the JV, of the former JV, taking stakes now in the Astor business and the Solms business as well. I mean, it's that kind of creativity, John, that is so desperately needed. The question is, it works at a wine farm. Could it work in broader agriculture?
Absolutely. Pierre will know that we're working with various proposals. Well, some are wine, some are dairy, some are grain, to roll out that principle much further. And our model is also not, it's quite dynamic, it's flexible, it gives you a lot of room to maneuver, to position it. So there's no one sort of size fits all. You've got to look at the industry, you've got to look at size and scale and everything to ensure that you have a viable project that you're going to do. So it can work across practically all industries that I'm aware, as long as it's scalable and a fair size. So scale of economy does play a role to commercialize it properly.
I mean, you guys don't give away money easily. Would you fund those sort of projects?
Absolutely. John was suggesting just now that we entered into a partnership, which we have. The money that we lend would be on a commercially viable basis. What you really need is you need sufficient subsidy coming in from government to make a bankable deal. You don't want to pour too much in, otherwise it becomes a giveaway. You put in just enough to make it commercially viable, and then there needs to be blood, sweat and tears where the guys work from dawn to sunset.
Good old-fashioned farming.
Good old-fashioned farming. And what you really need is you need the actual farmer who's got a proven credit track record as well as a farming track record to actually be on hook. That venture must succeed, failing which he goes down the tubes. And there you've got a recipe for success. I can tell you our members have already indicated that we have a pipeline of about 30 deals totaling about 300 million rand waiting for some form of a partnership with the Department of Rural Development.
No, okay, so is it Department of Rural Development or Department of Agriculture?
It's rural development.
Is there a bottleneck there? Is there a problem?
There is.
What is the problem?
This initiative of ours goes back to December 2015, and we're still waiting. We've got a couple of pilot projects which they would like to do first that are waiting for formal approval within the department, and then the other 30 odd would follow after that.
But so, I mean, the plans are all there.
Yes.
There's money available, I'm assuming, in the Department of Rural Development.
Well, I'm not sure the money is as much as everybody believes it
Okay.
is. You know, I think their budgets are strapped. They have earmarked money for our particular finance model, but we are waiting to get it approved at this stage.
Now, the organisers of this event are going to be a bit cross with me, but I'm going to break with the format just a little bit because I spied in the audience somebody who's doing something very interesting in the Eastern Cape, and she knows I'm going to pick on her. Gloria Serobe is in studio. She's the Chief Executive of Wiphold. Let's going to get a microphone to you, Gloria, because I'd like you to tell everybody, please, about the project that you're running in the Eastern Cape. At least your PR machine has told me that you're running a very successful agricultural project in the Eastern Cape. You looking surprised?
Bruce, I didn't know you are my fan.
Biggest fan,
Biggest fan. I think before I come to that, I want to stress maybe a point that was stressed here, that our constitution is very strong. It was deliberately made strong on property rights. There was a deliberation around that, and that has not changed. And the second point is that, and on our property rights, the world all over, out of 138 countries, we are rated top 20 in terms of how strong our property rights are. So I think let's just park that. The second one is that our judicial independence has been rated very high. I think it's number 16 in a world of 138 countries. We need to recognize that, that in the chaos, we've got those institutions that are protective. Here's a point, though, that the constitution was made strong on the ownership, but there was hope that the industries will have honest conversations. And that is the part, I think the industries, all of them, not just this one, must go back to the table and talk about what are these honest conversations that did not happen. Land reform is said to be a failure, and we always talk about government. The point of the matter is that it's a whole agriculture system that is a failure. I'm in the rural areas. It is not correct that, for example, the seed suppliers will take their most hopeless seeds to these programs, knowing that they will only give 1 ton per hectare, and therefore the product is a failure. That's devious. Quite frankly, let's get to that. So is the fertilizer companies. And so is these mentors. These mentors are up to no good, to be honest. We must get to this mentorship system. It's very devious. And because there's government money in the process, and this government is floating all over the place, it's not getting to this reform program. So I think the industry must be honest to itself.
I'll pick a fight with them on your behalf in just a moment. I'm really keen to hear about your very innovative
I'll come
project.
back to that. Then come back to our situation, because we're in the rural areas. And this is where then my biggest criticism of government comes in, and fight for government as well, Bruce. This lack of security of tenure for communal land in the rural areas is horrible. But we are there, we are making it work, because we're working with these owners of this communal land and to make it commercial. And they have arable land producing up to 8 tons per hectare. But the history of South Africa has actually taken them out of the system. And nobody wants to go there. The country average is 4 tons per hectare. That communal land is 6 to 8 tons per hectare. That is with no irrigation. All I'm saying is that we're perpetuating our history, and the industry is not going there. Of course, the main thing is that that land has no security of tenure, and therefore no investor.
But how are you? You're risking capital. You are prepared to put capital into agriculture in these areas, which are being neglected by practically everybody. Tell me about the joint venture partnership that you've got in there, where farmers get a proportion, you get a portion, and then you share the upside in really good years.
You've got to take them seriously. They own the land, whether they have security of tenure or not. And so pay them the rent like you would pay the rent in Botharsville or in Viljoenspruit, and the correct rent. Do that. They cannot sit there and wait for 10 years before the profit lines are showing. put them as a cost item. They own the land, pay them. That's number one. Two, make them as your partners, and they must share in the profits as you would everywhere else. But this is after your working capital has been taken back. Teach them that too.
Yeah.
That if you have put in 10 million rands into the land, it must come back if you want to work on it next year. But if there's 5 million rands profit, they must know that too, and let them share in that kind of profit share. In the end, Bruce, we are backed, as we polled, by Nedbank and Old Mutual. They have the same risk parameters as any other financier. We have made it work for them because we polled has actually stood between them and this community. We're taking more risk, but to their most pleasant surprise, it has worked so perfectly. So it can be done. This education we're talking about, it is education on real things. Teach them how to deal with debt. Teach them how to bring capital back. Teach them what it means to make laws. But teach them also that they own land and they must expect rent. That's the basic thing that I think all industries are not doing well, because there's an abuse which is unspoken of.
Let me talk about those abuses now. Gloria, thanks very much for the story, very much indeed. Would we be having this conversation if it weren't for the rhetoric around land? If it weren't for the president saying we need to amend the constitution, if it weren't for pressure from the far left of politics saying we need to amend the constitution in order to get land without restitution. Business needs to do more, and we've seen the admission come from Francois that business hasn't done as much as it could in the last 23 years or so. Business hasn't had the honest conversations as Gloria Serobe would like to have them. We need the pressure of the threat of land claims without restitution in order to make progress. Isn't that tragic?
Well, it's unfortunate that people have to be threatened that their properties will be expropriated for progress to happen. I don't know whether that's what actually makes the discussion worthwhile, but I think if we go back to the Constitution itself, there are certain obligations that, as a nation, we have to fulfill. One of them is the whole transformation agenda, which at the center of it is the economic part of it, including land. In my other things that I do, I'm studying the life of Arthur Chaskalson, the former Chief Justice. And I've picked up a lot of speeches where he spoke about land reform, where he emphasized, long before there was a threat, long before there was a red beret in Parliament, long before the ANC became a black party, where he speaks about the importance of land reform and the fact that it's provided for in the Constitution. In addition to the other justice that we've just mentioned now, I think Hang Mosenega also mentioned it some time ago to say, but we've never had a test case in the Constitutional Court where we can hear a matter where land had been expropriated and there was a constitutional dispute. So that is yet to be tested by the court. And the people that have been speaking about it, they've been speaking long before there were these threats of expropriation. I think, in my opinion, what is driving these threats is not so much the lack of land necessarily per se, because we've already said that land has been given, although not sufficient enough, but even the little that has been given is not working. It's lying fallow. What's actually driving all of these things is the extent of the poverty in the country, the inequalities, the rising unemployment. And politicians, in the face of all the promises that they make during elections, they are beginning to think, what must I do now? We all know.
Make bigger promises.
Yeah, but we also know what happened in Zimbabwe when Zimbabwe was so indebted that its budget deficit was beginning to shoot up. Mugabe was becoming unpopular. And then he remembered, oh, I've got Lancaster Agreement. Let me go get it out of the shelf. Then he pulled it out. Then he started waving it to the British to say, but you said you were going to pay for the land. If you're not paying, I'm taking it by force. But it came at a time when his popularity was in decline. Yeah. Public finances were not in order.
Hold on a second, I'm seeing some parallels here. Okay. Yes. Which is precisely why it's so blimmin' dangerous.
So we have to sort out the economy issue. The economy must grow in a shared manner. not grow and only empower a few.
Sure.
Everybody must share in the basket. And then we need to fulfill our constitutional mandate, all of us. Where government fails, and Bruce, this is another tragedy in this country, by the way. The elite people who are sitting here, they all think that the poor are the only ones who are always dependent on the government. They want social grants and all of that. But let's be honest. They too are also dependent on the government for what is called policy certainty.
Yep.
Outside the policy, what are they doing? Where is the initiative? Where is the innovation? To say, we know as business people, outside government lecturing us, what needs to be done. Are we doing it?
Are you, Francois?
Yes, I think that's the point we're trying to make, is that there's a combination of, on the one hand, if we talk about specifically this issue, food security, because you need a stable environment to, just two simple facts. More than 55% of South Africans are dependent on the Vaal Dam. So when that overflows, it's fairly significant. When the maize price drops under 2,500 rand a ton, 30 million of our population are fed by either staple or poultry at affordable level. And then you can face the political uncertainty or the velocity that's currently happening. But if you try and do that, effect that, without the business initiative, then there will be chaos. So it is a balancing act.
No, but I think you're dodging the question very elegantly, and that is, what are you doing outside of the realms of policy uncertainty? What are you doing as business to actually say, you know what, government is not coming to the party on this. Government isn't creating a certain environment. So we are going to push forward with a reform agenda that is independent of government. We're going to do the right thing because it's a question of sustainability outside of policy machinations and actually get the upper hand when it comes to this, so that when people start waving a finger at you, say, this is what we are doing, not we're waiting for policy certainty.
In business, it's also that balancing act. You need that flow of income that sustains the business, and then the developing wave that comes through. You start developing the new clients of tomorrow. So business realizes this very pertinently, and that's why they are involved in most of these issues. It's not government that's driving it. It's big business that's driving it. All the big projects in every sector, the developing projects, comes from big business.
What's the best one? Give me an example of what business is doing outside of the realms of the government mandate.
Okay, if I can talk about our business. So near Randfontein, there's a few clients that we shepherding on a daily basis to learn, to teach them how to farm. To take their hand and take them through the production system, facilitate the inputs, facilitate the market access. We'll have some of them on Thursday's panel, and they'll vouch for that.
Are we talking about 100,000 people? No, we're not. I mean, and that's the scale that we need, though, isn't it? We need the scale of the tens and hundreds of thousands in order to make a real impact. It's noble and good that you're doing what you're doing, but we don't have the scale.
Let's be realistic. How many farmers are there in a normal population?
Well, we know that in 1994 there were something like 130,000 farmers in South Africa. Today there are 37,000 farmers.
That's the point. So there's less than 1% of the population who's farmers. So yes, we can do in that space, we can do what we do. So the IT industry and every industry has to do that to facilitate the economy. But the real people wanting to farm, less than 1% of the population. That's the fact.
That's because it's hard.
Well, it's not such an easy knife, and it's a very specific industry.
The cars suggest it's quite a lekker life, but I think you guys own the cars as well. Is it a dumb idea, Pierre, to suggest that we go a long way down the route? And Maggie Thatcher, the one thing Maggie Thatcher did get right was give the citizens of the United Kingdom something to lose. She allowed people to buy council properties when she became Prime Minister of Great Britain in the 1970s, and gave people a stake in the economy, a real stake. They had something to lose, made them more conservative, and she was the longest running Prime Minister, certainly in living memory. If we simply handed over title of properties that people live in, whether they be those RDP houses or whether we go to the trust lands, whether we go to these properties, we say people get title to that land. and then you have an asset. You can't trade it for the first 5 years of getting title. You have to build up some equity in that particular asset. But surely that would go a long way to releasing a little bit of steam out of the pressure cooker.
It would. Bruce, if you look at RDP houses, it's estimated that there's something between 1.2 and 1.3 million households that have been given homes where they don't have titles. So they don't own an asset. They're unable to leverage by borrowing from that asset. They're unable to create wealth. And exactly the same situation sits in the communal areas where there are no assets. So those farmers are actually set up to fail because they get given a property, they don't get given the wherewithal in terms of skills and or an asset that they can actually use to actually leverage through.
How complicated a process would it be to do that kind of land reform, John?
Yeah, I think it's a pretty easy progress. If you look at Free Market Foundation, Leon Louw's program on Kaya Lam, and they negotiated with government to get transfer of title deed, and they started in Paris, very close by here. I think it's 1,200 rand a title deed transfer. 1,200 rand for a transfer of a title deed is small change in terms of the value that you're going to get by transferring property rights to people that should get them. So I think it's easy. The ANC in certain municipalities started it too. I know it's a very controversial issue in the ANC, but in Pretoria...
Why is it controversial? I mean, why is something so simple and so logical controversial?
You must understand the debate on land too. Is if you look at the green paper on land reform, there are just three principles. The first one is deracializing the rural environment, which is nobody can argue with. It's absolutely imperative. The next two are problematic. It says allocation of land according to race, gender, etc. Now, if the government talking allocation of land, that means they want to own the land so that they can allocate it. There's no other way to define that. And the third one is they say discipline production. You can't discipline production. You can only create an environment in which investors risk their capital to produce.
And then you go on your knees and hope it rains.
Yeah. So if you look at the principle, the ideological principles in those last two principles, it's totally counter to an open competitive society in which property rights are mainstream. And people don't understand that is the thought process or the ideology that they want to do. And that's why the pronouncements that came from Minister Nkwinti in Parliament in the SONA debate, he said it's restitution without compensation, not expropriation without compensation. Restitution without compensation, implying expropriation will follow. And it will be pre-colonial, pre-1652. Government can't then say who owned the land at that stage, so it will vest in government. Then they can allocate it to the people that they want to
But government is already a substantial landowner. Yes. Correct. Yes. I mean, Rolf Meyer makes the point, and I don't know his numbers exactly. Did he talk about that in the panel discussion at the opening last night?
That's one of the issues. Yes. The land register doesn't facilitate race. So we know who owns the land, but who's behind Trust ABC, we don't know.
So and how complicated a process is that?
Look, I think it can be done, but it should be done correctly.
You get a couple of hundred good auditors and give them something worthwhile to do.
That's the process. You need to verify it, and it must be accurate.
I think it is a little bit more complex, Bruce, for the simple reason that if you go back to the apartheid days, in 1975 we put through a piece of legislation where we created the homelands and so on. But they didn't zone that land as agricultural land. So if you go into our deeds registry, the registry is silent on who actually owns it. So you don't know if it's owned by government, if it's agricultural land, or what it is. We actually need to fix up our deeds registry classification system as far as that particular element of our land is concerned.
I mean, the deeds office sort of anecdotally isn't in the greatest shape it could be. I
think we've got a world-class deeds registry system. I think we've tampered with some of our coding within it, which has created the problems that we have today. What you really need is a land audit to actually work out exactly who owns what the racial grouping is, gender grouping, and so on.
In the meantime, land is a political football. And for all of the logic and the sense and the good value conversation that we're having, speaking in the echo chamber of this room and online, and I'm sure everyone who's watching it is appreciating the discussion. The trouble is, it is a political football. Political opportunists are going to leap upon every gap that is created simply to get votes at the ballot box come 2019, come 2024 and 2029 and beyond. So we've got 10 minutes in which each one of you has got 2 minutes to give me a solution as to how you would like to see it play out. And Mpumelelo, I'm going to come to you last. To give you some time to think about it, because you're the political analyst here. You need to work out the politics of this. Francois, I'm going to go with you first. From a Senvest perspective, given a magic wand to solve the land issue, how would you best like to see it work out?
So I would stick to my guns as a businessman. I believe that facilitates change in the most positive and in the biggest way. Do your job. If you look up every few seconds to listen to politicians and to this volatility, it distracts you from doing your business. Point one. The second thing, it doesn't facilitate the process. So, and this is the one thing that both the statesmen we had since 1652 incidentally said. Jan Smuts and Nelson Mandela said, business, or the business of the day, ordinary citizens will take us forward, not politicians. Politicians has another view, has another role to play, if they play it correctly, to facilitate the environment. So what my advice is, stick to your business, do the best you can, and that will facilitate the process. It is a natural process to grow your business, to include more people that is currently included, to include the whole population. If you go to rural towns, that really works and facilitates.
I came through for Ljungsgrön this morning just as a little case study. It's not working.
Yeah, sure. Local government is,
it's a
isn't
disaster
working there. But look deeper than that. Look at Bultfontein, where the farmers go into the townships, clean it up, provide jobs. That's small wins, and it's businessmen driving those positions. So that would be my solution. There's not a magic one.
Community involvement.
Do your job
at a local level.
At local level.
Very good. Okay, Piafenta, from a banking association perspective, your magic wand.
The banking sector provides finance. So what we need is an enabled environment. I think there's need for dialogue. We created a transformational charter with the financial sector charter back in 2004. Over 10 years, we've seen wondrous movement in transformation within the banking sector. Not enough, we can go further, but we've achieved a hell of a lot. I think you can do the same in agriculture. I think the land issue is not going to go away.
No.
I think there's need for public-private partnership where we sit around a table, we put the money where our mouth is, as we did with our finance model, where we aligned it to the NDP and said it will result in 20% of an extra 20% of land being transferred to black beneficiaries. We would be prepared to do that. If we had a joint plan, the sector had certainty, and we could move forward in line with that plan and measure and target ourselves against that plan. So I think there's need for high-level dialogue. I think there's a need for people to give on both sides. Otherwise, we're going to end up in tears.
Oh, yeah. And that's the real risk. John Purchase?
Yes, I think, firstly, we must say that land reform in South Africa over the past 20 years has not been successful, or has not been nearly as successful as it should have been.
Which means it's been a failure.
I mean, let's call it a failure. Yeah, and we need an honest assessment of what went wrong in terms of policies and implementation, and not just from government side, also from business side. So I think, yes, you can look from it from private sector side, but you must also look at it from government side. And within the department, I mean, there are so many disciplinary hearings and disciplinary process at top level where there is hardly any capacity at the moment. So we must understand that it's playing the blame game the whole time, and apportioning blame is going to be difficult. What we need is key role players to get together and have that conversation of where do we take it forward. The first thing we must decide is...
needs to play a stronger role.
Yes, we
lead role.
Exactly. And what we also need to decide in, are we going to go the route of property rights or not? And this is still a fundamental question which, to my mind, has not been sorted out in the ruling party.
But it is so simple. Theoretically simple.
Yes.
Ideologically complicated, theoretically simple.
I know, but we've got to participate in that process, even if it's complex. And we do. As far as possible, we do. And we are already set up meetings in line, to talk to the ANC on specifically on the policy conference and on their document and on the positions that will come into it. But we have to participate fully in that process.
What sort of response are you getting? I mean, you say we want to go to the ANC policy conference and participate on land. Do they say you must be kidding? We're okay, thank you, or are they welcoming you in?
No. We will have pre-conference talks. In other words, and we've been invited to talk to them. It was the same with the previous policy conference. We had 2 meetings in Lutuli House with them. And
did you see anything that you contributed there translate into actual policy discussion? Okay, so you're not wasting your time.
You win some, you lose some. It's part of the advocacy game and it's part of the engagement game. But you must be at the table and you must talk about these things. Francois will know, at our last council meeting, I strongly drove the whole issue of transformation in agriculture, not just land reform, but also the issue of broad-based black economic empowerment, participating in that. But also there we have problems from government. Our new Agri-B sector code, more than a year, nearly 15 months now, that we signed off on it. It's still not promulgated. It's not gazetted. And why do we get these delays? When people want to position them in terms of models, in terms of projects, etc., to implement these. So you know,
look, I can't remember how long it took the FICA bill to get signed into law, but I mean, Pierre will assess the fact that their policy making is a long, arduous, and painful process. Mpumelelo, last word to you for this part of the program.
Well, I think that all the different sectors have an important role to play. Government needs
You're sounding like a politician, not like a political scientist. To cut to the chase.
You know, the government has to relook at the way it does, policy formulation, right? The business people want policy certainty, right? It has to be sorted. Property rights, how you get, land redistributed, that mechanism needs to be clarified as soon as possible so we can take out all the political hot air and deal with the real issue. On the other hand, business people, where government fails, they have an obligation to lead. I'll just make a very simplistic example. We know that when apartheid became unprofitable, it was hitting business people in the pockets. What did they do? They ran to Dakar, they ran to London to speak to the ANC to initiate the discussions. That's how the negotiations started. Business people took a lead because the system was beginning to be unprofitable for them. They don't have to wait for the moment where we have a crisis in South Africa, or where we've got food shortages because the politicians decided to expropriate the land without compensation. And the stock market crashed, the banks collapsed because they are indebted, the landowners are indebted via the banks. So we don't have to wait for that crisis. We can imagine it. And then out of that imagination, begin to take steps to avoid the crisis. So business people where government is not working can take a lead. But I want to end more controversial. During the apartheid era, black people were not allowed to own land in urban areas or even start businesses in urban areas because it was part of the grand scheme of apartheid, right? You had to do your stuff in the homelands. So the government didn't want black people to do that. Post-94, the government doesn't trust black people. It can't give them title deeds. So they were damned then, and now in a different way now, where the government is speaking about transformation and transferring property rights to black people and all of that. It doesn't give them title deeds. The government wants to babysit people because there's a big fear. I don't know whether it's real or perceived, that if you give black people the title of the land to which they've just been resettled, they might sell the land and go away. Or if it's an RDP house, they'll sell the RDP house and go and queue again for another one. So I think that the government must move away from this thing of not trusting black people, that black people are not going to own up to what they've been given as part of the redress policy. So there's a lot of that kind of stuff that needs to happen there. Transformation is an imperative. It must happen. But conversations must happen to say, how do we move forward without undermining each other? Black people must be given their sense of agency back to them that the apartheid government deprived them. They must feel they have it. They must feel they can take control of their lives. And if they make mistakes, they may lose out and they can learn out of it. But that's really empowerment for me.
Mumalola, thank you very much. And to our panel, thank you very much indeed. And thank you very much for joining us. Remember to follow us on Twitter. You can visit the website nationinconversation.co.za. That wraps up this part of the conversation here live from Nampo, from the Harvest Festival here at Nampo. It's been a very, very fiery conversation. It's been a very worthwhile conversation. Now it's time to put words into action. Thanks very much for watching. Bye-bye. And applause. Theo Forster is very well known, I'm sure, to all of you. He's going to facilitate the conversation further. Question and answer for the next 20 minutes or so, Theo.
Thank you very much, Bruce.
Bruce, the truth. The truth with Bruce, yes.
Thank you very much, Bruce. Thank you, everybody. We have about 20 minutes for questions. Let's start with the press first. I want to start with a question from the press, and then I'll go to this. Anybody from the press with a question? Right, let's start with you, sir.
Is there the microphone there? Yeah.
Thank you.
Could you identify yourself, please, just so we know who to talk to?
My name's Paul Ziller.
What you leave behind is not what is engraved in stone monuments, but what is woven into the lives of others. Our deep respect for the land and its harvest is the legacy of generations of farmers who put food on our tables, preserve our landscape, and inspire us with a powerful work ethic. By being devoted to the value chain that supports food security, we are connected to the families it feeds, the potential it nurtures, and the purpose it provides. Your vision, our passion. Senves, breaking new ground. With its operations in the heartland of central South Africa, Senves has been serving the entire food sector, not only in South Africa, but also beyond the national borders for more than 100 years. We feel the bite of every drought and the...
To become a little bit more robust, conditional, and may I say it, less appeasing of government in relation to land reform.
Good question.
I think let's just, John, I'm going to pass this ball to you because I do think that where you are right is, I also am aware, and I think the Land Bank has played a big role in the various discussions, that there are specific models that are working. And I know some people sitting here is involved in those models. So I think the question is there are models, and perhaps John can take it further because in terms of both the Land Bank discussions as well as agri-biz discussions, there is models that are working. And I think the question relies around, shouldn't we focus and be more aggressive on those models?
No, it's not my question. That's not my question.
It's on the policy.
We've been very aggressive around these models. The issue is the government, should the private sector not be being a lot more robust and engaging and less appeasing, actually,
towards government
around policy? Because the models exist. They've been shared and explained, and they're working, and they're scalable. And so, is it not time, not just in the agriculture sector, but for the private sector to a bit more pushback?
John?
Yeah, Paul, hi. I think it's a very good question, and in our negotiations, it's been tough on land reform, and it's you always want to negotiate on the basis that the next day you can still speak to the guy, and to a certain degree, we have been trying to find common ground as much as possible. That's why we've also come with own initiatives. I think we sit at a situation now where we have some really difficult bills, highly contested bills, like the Regulation of Agricultural Landholdings Bill, and the comments on that have to be in this week, Wednesday, tomorrow, 17th. And certainly, and this is the land ceilings, foreign land ownership, land commission bill. Certainly, there are issues that we cannot agree with strongly. In fact, we believe that the whole bill should be scrapped. to put it bluntly. So those comments are going in like that. We're doing it on our own. We're also doing it through Business Unity South Africa. We have worked with the Banking Association. We've worked with Agri-SA on that. But there's also the regulations on the value for the valuation of property, which are some issues. They're not all are going to be contested. And then the same with the reopening of the Restitution Amendment Bill, which is a private bill instituted at Parliament now, and those comments also have to be in this week. So I think we are taking a bit of a harder line, because what's happening now, the debate has actually taken on a different dimension because of the rhetoric that Bruce alluded to in terms of expropriation or restitution without compensation. Once you get into that sort of domain, certainly you're going to have to draw some lines, otherwise the whole system will collapse. And that is what Mpumelelo was saying. We can imagine what the problem will be if we go into that space. And then you've got to say up to there and no. And I think we're pretty much at that point now.
Just to add to what John was saying, what we have is the CEO's initiative in our country at the moment, as well.
They're nearly falling apart.
They are and they aren't. Yeah. I think what they're doing is that they digging their heels in the ground where they don't like what they're seeing, and if they're wanting to take our country forward as a group, and they will achieve that if government are prepared to come with them. If they're not prepared to come with them, then they're not going to go there. But I think they are pushing hard, and they are pushing back, Paul, as you are suggesting they should be doing just now.
But I can certainly say in that CEO forum, and remember the press, the media was excluded from that session last year. 150 of the biggest businessmen were in that session. There was blood. The president was told in no uncertain terms by big business. So that hard stance in a closed room is taken.
Gordon anyway. And that's the trouble. You can tell the president what you like, but his agenda is different to yours.
Well, that doesn't distract from you saying the right things. So I cannot every time try and compensate for what the reaction is. I must keep doing the right thing. And that is what's done there, of course. And that's to the point that John is making. Once you're in public, in the open space, you don't do it there. It's just stupid. You know, you must have some emotional intelligence to foster debate in that area. But behind closed doors, and I see Annette, shaking her head up and down. Because she knows what happens behind closed doors.
What has happened? Yeah, not really yielded very much today.
Well, let's just talk about that. I mean, you saw what happened this morning. One of the sacked ministers spilled the beans. He came out and said what happened.
For those of you who haven't seen, Motlodi, former mines minister, basically said that Brian Molefe had been putting a huge amount of pressure on him in order to get Eskom deals facilitated and to act on behalf of the Guptas. He refused. He got fired, and Musa Benzizwane was put into his job, and that's why Ramatlodi got fired. So the wheels are coming off quite spectacularly as there is greater pushback against state capture.
Point is, the truth comes out. What can we do? Should we compensate for those guys that's not doing right? No, we should stick to our guns and do the right thing.
Other questions? There's a question. Yes, sir.
Thank you, convener. You are, just so that we know who we're talking to. We are speaking to Mama Bolo Rapeso.
Thank you very much.
Push it this way. This way. All right. You are speaking to Mama Bolo Rapeso. I'm just worried and have a sense of being betrayed by business. Because actually business, if you want to make any policy viable, business must take the lead. And I find that, in fact, since the new government came in, business surrendered its responsibility to the government and make friends with the government where it cannot get out. We, as farmers, for instance, would like to see business coming out in support of the emerging farmers, black farmers. If business can come out, whatever rhetoric that is radical, ultra-left radical, is in process, it may not function. But I think we are all waiting for our downfall. Because, I mean, Mugabe himself never sponsored the land expropriation. It started elsewhere, and Mugabe had to surrender. It was started by Hunzi and the war veterans. They were the people who started running the whole thing, and Mugabe bought into it because he was also in crisis. It was not Mugabe himself. And the same will apply in this country at some stage. There will be something like that. But if business can play its ball and move business distributively, then the country will be saved and create more jobs so that we shouldn't have thugs who play in the name of service delivery when they are actually unemployed. So we are faced with a problem that you need to look at ourselves as well as business, whether you play the role or not. So forget about the government. For now, let the government chase you and not be chase the government, because almost there is nothing that is the government today. I mean, it's only crime that is on. There's no government, there's no poor, good governance that is happening in the community. But business must continue so that there shouldn't be rupture in this country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody would like to comment on that?
So no, we agree with that. It's exactly the point we're making. We're absolutely agreeing with that.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Yes, there's a question at the back. Your friend asked you to ask a question. Yes, yes.
And John Steenhuisen from the DA is being very quiet. He might want to make a point as well.
Thank you. My name is Mtutuzi Kambula. I work for Agwanza Agricultural Finance in Mpumalanga. We finance land reform, we finance mainly land reform clients and everything. I would like to say big business has done a lot in this. However, there is still so much that can be done. I would like to go back to Bruce's example on that farm in the Western Cape, where the farmer said, I want to include my people in there. Then thereafter tend to say, no, rather let me just get something else. It goes back to pre-1994. It's them and us. I understand I have to do something. Big will realize that the space is for everybody to share in. Then we all could move further together. Pre-1994, big business and everybody, especially during apartheid, they were willing to give because they had so much to lose. But right now, probably we know not much to lose, so that is why we are trying to push the agenda as back as we possibly can. Farmers in South Africa, now we are under 50,000. It is not about just a tenure of that comes with land ownership. If you looked at where they went, all these farmers, maybe 30% are in Mozambique. In Mozambique, you don't own land. So it's not about tenure, but it is about your comfort. You can I get away with it or not? So go back to just the last speaker to say, let us as big business move towards the center so that somebody somewhere will move towards us and meet us somewhere. Otherwise, we will be sitting with this problem for the next 20 years.
Anybody would like to comment on that?
comment. You know, I think the more and successful deals that we do, the more pressure you're going to put on way. And I think government needs to see the sector uncertainty when we have all these radical, ill thought out pieces of legislation, which is resulting in your agricultural community not investing into their properties. And we've already seen that trend where profitability levels are up, but investment levels are dropping. So we need an element of policy certainty where we create an enabled environment, and I do think business needs to then play the lead role. But we would like to push forward on a high-level partnership basis to achieve that.
Thank you. I'll allow one more question. Yes.
Sure. Just shout.
Thank you, convener, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mokoka. I'm a farmer. Some 12 years ago, what I want to express is that business must come and lead. Our government, sometimes they try their best, but if business is not in the leading, we are going to fail. Currently, we are on programs of the government, like Plus. We need land to be transferred. We cannot improve our farms. We are producing, ladies and gentlemen, and I want to thank Senves for their support all along. We've been battling, we get loans, we repay them over 6 months, but we cannot expand because of the issue of the land. We don't have title. Government is boosting around and saying we have given Africans land. We are still operating on lease issues. And that lease diminish our growth because currently the climatic condition that has changed, we want to put spill points in our land for production. But security-wise, nobody wants to take it up. And we've got capacity, we can produce, we have proven that. So business, the banks also must also come into the picture. Design products that are very easy to access and that could accelerate development. Issues of insurances also. We need to create the contingency fund. We can't keep on paying premiums year on. We are paying over 200,000 rand a year upfront. And how many times do you get disaster? So government also needs to put aside some contingency fund that will every year increase. And it's not only, disaster comes once. We have just suffered disaster last in February. My milies was doodgeslaan. So I think you understand.
In most other countries, governments support insurance on agriculture.
Yeah. Correct.
We're one of the few countries where that is not the case.
No, it's true, and we need to change our mindset. The issue of land does not grow. We need to preserve our land. LKR mono cultivation. We need to change and get the new systems like no-till conservation agriculture.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Anybody want to comment here?
So that's a businessman speaking. That's a
Yeah, I want to support government. I want to support government here. The insurance companies have been working for the last 18 months with National Treasury, and they're very close to creating a new pilot on a new scheme that they're going to implement in terms of insurance. So it's coming. It'll probably be with us before the end of this year. They're ready to pilot at this stage.
Well, thank you. I'm going to hand over to Bruce now. The one point that comes out of this, if radical economic transformation means to transfer title deeds. I think we will all agree with that.
Theo, thanks very much. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for coming and taking time out of the day. I know you'd rather be driving tractors and flying aeroplanes and all sorts of things like that. Jeff would rather be counting mealies in the silos, exactly, and counting his money. My thanks to Francois Stradon from Senvest, to Pierre Venter from the Banking Association, to John Purchase from Agbiz, and also to Mpumulelo Mkabela for coming through for us today as well. And thank you very much for your time and for sharing this last hour and 20 minutes with us. Thanks very much. Cheers.
What you leave behind is not what is engraved in stone monuments, but what is woven into the lives of others. Our deep respect for the land and its harvest is the legacy of generations of farmers who put food on our tables, preserve our landscape, and inspire us with a powerful work ethic. By being devoted to the value chain that supports food security, we are connected to the families it feeds, the potential it nurtures, and the purpose it provides. Your vision, our passion. Senvest, breaking new ground. With its operations in the heartland of central South Africa, Senvest has been serving the entire food sector, not only in South Africa, but also beyond the national borders for more than 100 years. We feel the bite of every drought and the joy when the rain finally comes. It's about being there for you when it matters most. Adaptability and innovation are some of the most important traits needed to thrive. Our constant drive to better our services and products has enabled us to develop integrated business solutions with the final aim to provide workable solutions. As one of the most respected agribusinesses on the continent, our team is tuned to the beat of ensuring sustainable livelihoods for all. And as partners do, we see your improved value, productivity and profitability also as our success. Senvest has invested in a number of independent corporate entities to broaden our role in the agri-value chain. Having the right tools and supplies are important factors in running a farm. Joining forces makes us stronger, such as the Hinterland joint venture between Senvest and Afgri. Trading as Afgri Town and Country, Farm City and Senvest Village, Hinterland provides a retail offering through 64 branches in 6 provinces, including a variety of products and services. Bringing you the best quality and reliable equipment is a priority for us. Senvest Equipment is therefore the exclusive supplier of John Deere and JCB whole goods, parts and services to Central South Africa and the Eastern Cape through 27 outlets and 18 workshops. Senvest also recognizes the importance of precision farming to ensure profitability and sustainability. We therefore work with you towards tailored solutions. Senvest Equipment expanded its footprint to the Western Cape through a joint venture with JDI as exclusive John Deere and JCB supplier in this province. Prodist is now one of the largest wholesale and bulk suppliers of agricultural implement components, replacement parts and tools, with over 1,500 outlets in Southern Africa to ensure accessibility to supplies. Another partnership to create a reliable supply chain. Grasland specializes in producing high-quality dolomite and calcite lime products for agriculture and industrial use from their 4 mines in the Northwest Province. Thus, by feeding the soil that feeds the nation, Senvest and NWK complements the food value chain. Without quality seed, the input value chain is as good as broken. Senvest Seed gives producers peace of mind by providing this vital link in sustainable agriculture. The Senvest service offering is crafted to assist you through an integrated business solution approach. Getting the necessary funds to run a farming business is often a challenge. With the financial assistance offered through Senvest Credit, you can breathe a bit easier. We offer unique and sustainable credit solutions to bridge the gap when you need it most, enabling producers and grain off-takers to afford new ventures and grow their enterprises. Need some assistance to afford the necessary movable assets? Look no further than Senvest Asset Finance. This joint venture between Senvest and Westbank provides financial services regarding all movable asset needs. Senvest joined forces with NWK to create Certisure, looking after your personal and business risk management. As a financial services provider, we offer a comprehensive range of solutions from asset, crop insurance, financial planning, credit life insurance and medical schemes. We leave no man behind. Univision Broker Services provides administration services to various short-term insurance brokers to give you added peace of mind. Market access is a crucial link in the food value chain. Senvest GrainLink is the proverbial matchmaker between the farm and off-taker. The grain storage capacity of Senvest GrainLink silos is a staggering 4.8 million tons in its 68 grain silo complexes. This is slightly more than a quarter of the total capacity of the country's commercial grain storage infrastructure. We make sure that the harvest is handled with care throughout our grading, weighing and storing process. Through 18 grain procurement offices and grain trading desks, we create a smooth link between grain procurement and marketing. Basis Link was developed by Senvest GrainLink, an online grain basis trading system to make trading more transparent. Supporting the Senvest GrainLink notion of easy, transparent trading, electronic silo certificates is an efficient, secure system allowing owners to safely and conveniently manage their own portfolios online. Transporting your goods to the market is as old as farming itself. Senvest and Imperial Logistics saw the need and formed Grainovation, offering specialized transportation of grain commodities in Southern Africa. Senvest also invests in soft commodity trading, yet another essential part of the value chain, bringing products from the farm to the processors. TradeVantage combines grain marketing and trading services on national and international platforms. As a full subsidiary of Senvest, clients benefit from the strong support and network of the company. These benefits include access to competitive markets and quick and effective payments. Clients can count on negotiable contracting and delivery terms. Senvest and 8 partners have come together to give back to rural communities through Tobo Trust, with the aim to promote sustainable development. Beneficiaries include employees from Senvest, farm workers, new entrants to the sector and small-scale farmers. The team of people who make Senvest what it is shares in the vision and passion of producers and off-takers. Consistent in our efforts, we don't want to leave anything to chance. Therefore, we developed the Senvest Group Agri Rewards Loyalty Scheme. In this country's new chapter, we have proven our commitment to sustainable agriculture, as well as to those who were left behind. Thought-leading initiatives such as Nation in Conversation was created by Senvest a few years ago to encourage dialogue between everyone in the food value chain right up to the consumer to better understand and manage change. Senvest also fully understands the power of sport to bring people together. Senvest partnered with Northwest Cricket with the Senvest Spinners program, focusing on farm school cricket development. Yet another initiative to make a real change in rural communities. If the past century has shown us anything, it is that integrity, honor, respect and loyalty is a sound foundation to build on. At Senves, we are proud of this legacy. Because we value all people, we invest in you, the producer, the off-takers, the consumer, and every man, woman and child. Senves will continue to bring you integrated solutions. We will keep on creating new paths to navigate markets. Our passion is to see you succeed on your farm and in the value chain, now and for generations to come. Your passion, our vision. We are Senves, breaking new ground.
Koejawels ruik na Sondag toe ek klein was en uit die boom se mik geruik het na die son. 'n Diep nostalgie het in die gemeenskaplike bewussyn ontstaan vir die verlore, maar nie vergete paradys nie, asook 'n sterk begeerte om dit te herwin. Onthou jy die vetkoek en muns by die kerk se bazaar, die vis en chips by die kafee op die hoek, toegedraai in koerantpapier? Onthou jy die naweekbederf saam met oupa by die plaaslike koöperasie? Eintlik, jare later, het niks verander nie. Hinterland, herontdek dit wat saak maak. Deur die handelstakke Afgri Town and Country, Senwes Village en Farm City bied Hinterland jou alles wat jy kan onthou en soveel meer. Aan die ander kant het ons tred gehou met 'n snel ontwikkelende wêreld om aan jou selfs 'n nog beter ervaring te bied. Met 64 handelstakke in 6 provinsies is Hinterland daartoe verbind om verhoudings te bou en bande te smee. Ons glo in saamwerk, konsolidasie, uitbreiding, die uitbou van infrastruktuur, onderhandelinge, toeganklikheid, standvastigheid en die ontwerp van unieke oplossings. En dit is ons visie. Dit is juis ons persoonlike, langtermyn strategiese vennootskappe wat ons in staat stel om op elke vlak aan klante se behoeftes te voorsien. Ons klante kan die vrugte van hierdie vertrouensverhoudings en lojaliteit pluk. Deur ekonomie van skaal, kollektiewe koopkrag en effektiewe kostebestuur verseker ons dat ons klante die maksimum voordeel kan trek om koste-effektief besigheid te bedryf. Gesonde verhoudings is gegrond op wederwysige respek, eerlikheid en openhartigheid. Ons streef daarna om ook met jou 'n persoonlike langtermynverhouding te bou. Dit sluit in dat ons gereeld in verbinding bly met ons klante deur verskeie kommunikasiekanale om te verseker dat elkeen op hoogte bly van nuwe produkte, ontwikkelinge en spesiale aanbiedinge. Ons luister ook graag na jou behoeftes en verwelkom voorstelle om jou koopervaring nog beter te maak. Hinterland, die bymekaarkomplek vir ons boere. Elke stadsjapie met 'n tuin, 'n huis, 'n een-stop inkopiebestemming. Ons produkreeks sluit in 'n volledige reeks plaasbenodighede, insetkommoditeite soos saad, kunsmis en gewasbeskerming, brandstof, dieregesondheid en veevoer, en daarmee saam besproeiing, buiteleweprodukte, doen dit self benodighede, wapens en ammunisie, sowel as tuin- en hardeware produkte. Hinterland verseker dat hul klante onbeperkte toegang het tot die produkte wat aan hul diverse vereistes voldoen. Hinterland se verhouding strek selfs nog verder en sluit noue bande met plaaslike gemeenskappe in. Op grondvlak is ons betrokke by 'n verskeidenheid gemeenskapsprojekte en opheffingsinisiatiewe en lewer ondersteuning aan plaaslike gemeenskappe. Hinterland is ook 'n trotse vennoot van die landbougespreksinisiatief Nasie in Gesprek, 'n platform wat van stapel gestuur is om die beeld van landbou te bevorder en gesprekke binne die industrie te stimuleer om werkbare oplossings vir uitdagings te vind. Jy sien, deur die jare het soveel verander. Tog het soveel dieselfde gebly. By Hinterland ontmoet ervaring en innovering. Kom, herontdek dit wat saak maak.
What you leave behind is not what is engraved in stone monuments, but what is woven into the lives of others. Our deep respect for the land and its harvest is the legacy of generations of farmers who put food on our tables, preserve our landscape, and inspire us with a powerful work ethic. By being devoted to the value chain that supports food security, we are connected to the families it feeds, the potential it nurtures, and the purpose it provides. Your vision, our passion. Senves, breaking new ground. With its operations in the heartland of central South Africa, Senves has been serving the entire food sector, not only in South Africa, but also beyond the national borders for more than 100 years. We feel the bite of every drought and the joy when the rain finally comes. It's about being there for you when it matters most. Adaptability and innovation are some of the most important traits needed to thrive. Our constant drive to better our services and products has enabled us to develop integrated business solutions with the final aim to provide workable solutions. As one of the most respected agribusinesses on the continent, our team is tuned to the beat of ensuring sustainable livelihoods for all. And as partners do, we see your improved value, productivity and profitability also as our success. Senves has invested in a number of independent corporate entities to broaden our role in the agri-value chain. Having the right tools and supplies are important factors in running a farm. Joining forces makes us stronger, such as the Hinterland joint venture between Senves and AFGRI. Trading as AFGRI Town and Country, Farm City and Senves Village, Hinterland provides a retail offering through 64 branches in 6 provinces, including a variety of products and services. Bringing you the best quality and reliable equipment is a priority for us. Senves Equipment is therefore the exclusive supplier of John Deere and JCB whole goods, parts and services to Central South Africa and the Eastern Cape through 27 outlets and 18 workshops. Senves also recognizes the importance of precision farming to ensure profitability and sustainability. We therefore work with you towards tailored solutions. Senves Equipment expanded its footprint to the Western Cape through a joint venture with JDI as exclusive John Deere and JCB supplier in this province. Prodist is now one of the largest wholesale and bulk suppliers of agricultural implement components, replacement parts and tools, with over 1,500 outlets in Southern Africa to ensure accessibility to supplies. Another partnership to create a reliable supply chain. Grasland specializes in producing high-quality dolomite and calcite lime products for agriculture and industrial use from their 4 mines in the Northwest Province. Thus, by feeding the soil that feeds the nation, Senves and NWK complements the food value chain. Without quality seed, the input value chain is as good as broken. Senves Seed gives producers peace of mind by providing this vital link in sustainable agriculture. The Senves service offering is crafted to assist you through an integrated business solution approach. Getting the necessary funds to run a farming business is often a challenge. With the financial assistance offered through Senves Credit, you can breathe a bit easier. We offer unique and sustainable credit solutions to bridge the gap when you need it most, enabling producers and grain off-takers to afford new ventures and grow their enterprises. Need some assistance to afford the necessary movable assets? Look no further than Senves Asset Finance. This joint venture between Senves and Westbank provides financial services regarding all movable asset needs. Senvest joined forces with NWK to create Certisure, looking after your personal and business risk management. As a financial services provider, we offer a comprehensive range of solutions from asset, crop insurance, financial planning, credit life insurance and medical schemes. We leave no man behind. Univision Broker Services provides administration services to various short-term insurance brokers to give you added peace of mind. Market access is a crucial link in the food value chain. Senvest GrainLink is the proverbial matchmaker between the farm and off-taker. The grain storage capacity of Senvest GrainLink silos is a staggering 4.8 million tons in its 68 grain silo complexes. This is slightly more than a quarter of the total capacity of the country's commercial grain storage infrastructure. We make sure that the harvest is handled with care throughout our grading, weighing and storing process. Through 18 grain procurement offices and grain trading desks, we create a smooth link between grain procurement and marketing. Basis Link was developed by Senvest GrainLink, an online grain basis trading system to make trading more transparent. Supporting the Senvest GrainLink notion of easy, transparent trading, electronic silo certificates is an efficient, secure system allowing owners to safely and conveniently manage their own portfolios online. Transporting your goods to the market is as old as farming itself. Senvest and Imperial Logistics saw the need and formed Grainovation, offering specialized transportation of grain commodities in Southern Africa. Senvest also invests in soft commodity trading, yet another essential part of the value chain, bringing products from the farm to the processors. TradeVantage combines grain marketing and trading services on national and international platforms. As a full subsidiary of Senvest, clients benefit from the strong support and network of the company. These benefits include access to competitive markets and quick and effective payments. Clients can count on negotiable contracting and delivery terms. Senvest and 8 partners have come together to give back to rural communities through Tobo Trust, with the aim to promote sustainable development. Beneficiaries include employees from Senvest, farm workers, new entrants to the sector and small-scale farmers. The team of people who make Senvest what it is shares in the vision and passion of producers and off-takers. Consistent in our efforts, we don't want to leave anything to chance. Therefore, we developed the Senvest Group Agri Rewards loyalty scheme. In this country's new chapter, we have proven our commitment to sustainable agriculture, as well as to those who were left behind. Thought-leading initiatives such as Nation in Conversation was created by Senvest a few years ago to encourage dialogue between everyone in the food value chain right up to the consumer to better understand and manage change. Senvest also fully understands the power of sport to bring people together. Senvest partnered with Northwest Cricket with the Senvest Spinners program, focusing on farm school cricket development, yet another initiative to make a real change in rural communities. If the past century has shown us anything, it is that integrity, honor, respect and loyalty is a sound foundation to build on. At Senvest, we are proud of this legacy. Because we value all people, we invest in you, the producer, the off-takers, the consumer, and every man, woman and child. Senvest will continue to bring you integrated solutions. We will keep on creating new paths to navigate markets. Our passion is to see you succeed on your farm and in the value chain, now and for generations to come. Your passion, our vision. We are Senvest, breaking new ground.
Koejawels ryk na Sondag toe ek klein was en uit die boom se mik geryk het na die son. 'n Diep nostalgie het in die gemeenskaplike bewussyn ontstaan vir die verlore maar nie vergete paradys nie, as ook 'n sterk begeerte om dit te herwin. Onthou jy die vetkoek en muns by die kerk se bazaar, die vis en chips by die kafee op die hoek, toegedraai in koerantpapier? Onthou jy die naweekbederf saam met oupa by die plaaslike koöperasie? Eintlik, jare later, het niks verander nie. Hinterland, herontdek dit wat saak maak. Deur die handelstakke Afgri Town and Country, Senwes Village en Farm City bied Hinterland jou alles wat jy kan onthou en soveel meer. Aan die ander kant het ons tred gehou met 'n snel ontwikkelende wêreld om aan jou selfs 'n nog beter ervaring te bied. Met 64 handelstakke in 6 provinsies is Hinterland daartoe verbind om verhoudings te bou en bande te smeer. Ons glo in saamwerk, konsolidasie, uitbreiding, die uitbou van infrastruktuur, onderhandelinge, toeganklikheid, standvastigheid en die ontwerp van unieke oplossings. En dit is ons visie. Dit is juis ons persoonlike, langtermyn strategiese vennootskappe wat ons in staat stel om op elke vlak aan klante se behoeftes te voorsien. Ons klante kan die vrugte van hierdie vertrouensverhoudings en lojaliteit pluk. Deur ekonomie van skaal, kollektiewe koopkrag en effektiewe kostebestuur verseker ons dat ons klante die maksimum voordeel kan trek om koste-effektief besigheid te bedryf. Gesonde verhoudings is gegrond op wederwysige respek, eerlikheid en openhartigheid. Ons streef daarna om ook met jou 'n persoonlike langtermynverhouding te bou. Dit sluit in dat ons gereeld in verbinding bly met ons klante deur verskeie kommunikasiekanale om te verseker dat elkeen op hoogte bly van nuwe produkte, ontwikkelinge en spesiale aanbiedinge. Ons luister ook graag na jou behoeftes en verwelkom voorstelle om jou koopervaring nog beter te maak. Hinterland, die bymekaar kom plek vir ons boere. Elke stadsjaapie met 'n tuin, 'n huis, 'n eenstop inkopiebestemming. Ons produkreeks sluit in 'n volledige reeks plaasbenodighede, insetkommoditeite soos saad, kunsmis en gewasbeskerming, brandstof, dieregesondheid en veevoer, en daarmee saam besproeiing, buitelewe produkte, doen dit self benodighede, wapens en ammunisie, sowel as tuin- en hardeware produkte. Hinterland verseker dat hul klante onbeperkte toegang het tot die produkte wat aan hul diverse vereistes voldoen. Hinterland se verhouding strek selfs nog verder en sluit noue bande met plaaslike gemeenskappe in. Op grondvlak is ons betrokke by 'n verskeidenheid gemeenskapsprojekte en opheffingsinisiatiewe en lewer ondersteuning aan plaaslike gemeenskappe. Hinterland is ook 'n trotse vennoot van die landbougespreksinisiatief Nasie in Gesprek, 'n platform wat van stapel gestuur is om die beeld van landbou te bevorder en gesprekke binne die industrie te stimuleer, om werkbare oplossings vir uitdagings te vind. Jy sien, deur die jare het soveel verander. Tog het soveel dieselfde gebly. By Hinterland ontmoet ervaring en innovering. Kom, herontdek dit wat saak maak.
What you leave behind is not what is engraved in stone monuments, but what is woven into the lives of others. Our deep respect for the land and its harvest is the legacy of generations of farmers who put food on our tables, preserve our landscape, and inspire us with a powerful work ethic. By being devoted to the value chain that supports food security, we are connected to the families it feeds, the potential it nurtures, and the purpose it provides. Your vision, our passion. Senves, breaking new ground. With its operations in the heartland of central South Africa, Senves has been serving the entire food sector, not only in South Africa, but also beyond the national borders for more than 100 years. We feel the bite of every drought and the joy when the rain finally comes. It's about being there for you when it matters most. Adaptability and innovation are some of the most important traits needed to thrive. Our constant drive to better our services and products has enabled us to develop integrated business solutions with the final aim to provide workable solutions. As one of the most respected agribusinesses on the continent, our team is tuned to the beat of ensuring sustainable livelihoods for all. And as partners do, we see your improved value, productivity and profitability also as our success. Senves has invested in a number of independent corporate entities to broaden our role in the agri-value chain. Having the right tools and supplies are important factors in running a farm. Joining forces makes us stronger, such as the Hinterland joint venture between Senves and Afgri. Trading as Afgri Town and Country, Farm City and Senves Village, Hinterland provides a retail offering through 64 branches in 6 provinces, including a variety of products and services. Bringing you the best quality and reliable equipment is a priority for us. Senves Equipment is therefore the exclusive supplier of John Deere and JCB whole goods, parts and services to Central South Africa and the Eastern Cape through 27 outlets and 18 workshops. Senves also recognizes the importance of precision farming to ensure profitability and sustainability. We therefore work with you towards tailored solutions. Senves Equipment expanded its footprint to the Western Cape through a joint venture with JDI as exclusive John Deere and JCB supplier in this province. Prodist is now one of the largest wholesale and bulk suppliers of agricultural implement components, replacement parts and tools, with over 1,500 outlets in Southern Africa to ensure accessibility to supplies. Another partnership to create a reliable supply chain. Grasland specializes in producing high-quality dolomite and calcite lime products for agriculture and industrial use from their 4 mines in the Northwest Province. Thus, by feeding the soil that feeds the nation, Senves and NWK complements the food value chain. Without quality seed, the input value chain is as good as broken. Senves Seed gives producers peace of mind by providing this vital link in sustainable agriculture. The Senves service offering is crafted to assist you through an integrated business solution approach. Getting the necessary funds to run a farming business is often a challenge. With the financial assistance offered through Senves Credit, you can breathe a bit easier. We offer unique and sustainable credit solutions to bridge the gap when you need it most, enabling producers and grain off-takers to afford new ventures and grow their enterprises. Need some assistance to afford the necessary movable assets? Look no further than Senves Asset Finance. This joint venture between Senves and Westbank provides financial services regarding all movable asset needs. Senvest joined forces with NWK to create Certisure, looking after your personal and business risk management. As a financial services provider, we offer a comprehensive range of solutions from asset, crop insurance, financial planning, credit life insurance and medical schemes. We leave no man behind. Univision Broker Services provides administration services to various short-term insurance brokers to give you added peace of mind. Market access is a crucial link in the food value chain. Senvest GrainLink is the proverbial matchmaker between the farm and off-taker. The grain storage capacity of Senvest GrainLink silos is a staggering 4.8 million tonnes in its 68 grain silo complexes. This is slightly more than a quarter of the total capacity of the country's commercial grain storage infrastructure. We make sure that the harvest is handled with care throughout our grading, weighing and storing process. Nation in Conversation, proudly brought to you by Afgri, Monsanto, Nedbank, Senvest, Engine, Grain SA and John Deere.
Station, we're broadcasting live from the Republic of Bothaville. I am Eusebius McKaiser. I'm looking forward to today's conversation. We are going to be talking about a range of issues in terms of land, the big land debate, if you will. And I am incredibly delighted to say that I'm joined on the stage by an esteemed panel that will be representing a variety of different views, starting from my left. Rolf Meyer needs no introduction in this country, but he is here in Transformation Initiative. Philly van Zyl next to him from ZZ2, although my brain wants to say ZCC. That would be the wrong place for such a convention. Next to him is, of course, Prince Mashela, well known for not mincing his words, fresh from a fight at the Constitutional Court yesterday. He is a South African political analyst. On his left, Johannes Moller, perhaps you'd expect him on the right, but he's to the left, from Agri SA. And last but by no means least, the DG of the Department of Agriculture and Forestry and Fisheries, Mike Lengana, because the state is a very important discussant in this conversation. So thank you so much to all of you for being here. We're going to have a dynamic conversation. There's no prepared speeches. I want us to be frank, to be honest, and just to really tackle the issues head on. But maybe just to clear your throats, I want to give everyone a chance to just make an opening statement very briefly, no more than a minute. Rolf, you can role model how to be pithy. And the question I want to ask you is, when it comes to land reform in South Africa, it is bandied about a bit like white monopoly capital is. But I wonder whether we even have a shared understanding of what land reform is about. And beyond land reform, because actually, in the booklet, today's theme is even broader. It says land issues. Maybe land reform is just one part of land issues. So I want to know from each one of you in about a minute to 90 seconds max, what for you are the nexus issues which we should try and tackle over the next 60 minutes? And I'm not outsourcing my job as moderator to you. I'm deeply curious whether we have any overlapping consensus about what the key issues are. And I'm going to start with you.
Since the theme is resolving land issues, I think it's important that we talk about how do we bring the different role players and partners or potential partners together. And secondly, how do we address the need for also looking at land reform as far as urban communities are concerned.
Philly?
Thank you. Land land reform is a wide concept, and I think I can present myself as a manager of the resource land. And for us, it is important to have a proper institutional framework to optimize and maximize the utilization of this resource. The worst thing that we can have in this country is uncertainty and the underestimating the resource and the complexity of managing it productively.
Well, land reform, as far as I understand it, is an attempt to solve land as a problem in South Africa. Land is a problem, one, because it is not owned and shared equitably by the people of South Africa. Two, there are people who live in crowded spaces because they don't have land. Three, the skills to work land are not shared equitably in South Africa. So land reform must deal with these three aspects.
Okay. Yes, of course, land reform is quite a challenging concept. And on the one hand, it is true that the current pattern of land ownership didn't come about as a result of the market. It came about as a result of political interference. And as a result, and if we take that as the point of departure, I think land reform is a given, but we must also maintain food security. That's a given, with more than 65% of South Africa's people living in cities. We must maintain food security. And coupled to that, we must do our utmost as an agricultural sector to get South Africa into a position of maintaining and recovering economic growth as well. Therefore, we've attempted as Agri-SA, as a policy formulating organization, to move land reform from the ideological sphere into the economic sphere, so that farmers can want to do land reform, do it voluntarily, and not have laws made to force them to do that. And coupled to that, we've also done some work on financing land reform, so that farmers and the agricultural sector can benefit from that. And I think if we do that successfully, land reform will disappear as a challenge and actually become an opportunity.
Okay, thank you, Johannes. Mike, for you, what are the key issues here?
I think for me, as government, I know one way or another it came here, is ownership. And that ownership talked to the rectifying the imbalances. And I like the fact you mentioned, Johan, that it was not market forces that created that. And we cannot expect market forces to create the balance. And I think, therefore, from a standpoint of that fact, we need, therefore, to have an inclusive ownership of land, which talk to inclusive growth. But more importantly, it is the efficient utilization of that land. The efficient utilization of that land. And if just ownership, for the sake of ownership, we're going nowhere. So once we use the land efficiently, we have got food security, equitable growth, and I'm sure we'll recover even from the downgrade at some point. Sorry.
Okay, I want us to drill down into the question of ownership as our first theme, and let's just play around with the concept of ownership. But I want to start with you, Mike. And I only met you properly on my radio show this morning on Cape Talk on 702. He's got land, so I'm trying to become his BFF, being a farmer yourself. But unfortunately, I don't know. I don't know what to do with an honest public servant. It's such a rare beast, especially at DG level. And his political principle. I had Mike on my show. I also had his minister on my show. And both of them were admirably honest on this question of title deeds, ownership, and also, he didn't want to use a strong word, but the minister actually conceded. He said, yes, it is a disgrace. He signed up to that word that we have 450 black commercial farmers in this country. That's the number I heard last night. And you said that you've been trying to persuade colleagues at an inter-ministerial level to take more seriously the question of ownership. So why are you failing? You are in the state. You've been given power by Rolf and Cyril through the Constitution. Why haven't you done what you say we should be doing, Mike, on the question of ownership?
It's a very painful one that us who are affected by this issue of ownership deny one another the opportunity to own land. It is indeed, I think the minister was correct, it's a very sad admission, because we all have agreed in various lekotlas that land, the title deed must be given. We even put conditions. If you feel that you are going to sell the land, put a condition precedent that you are not going to sell this land without offering it to me as government first. What is this fear? What even the ANC charter, land shall be utilized by those who own it, not those who rent it. Yet we have got part of among our colleagues, those who are insistent on not trying to release land. And I think it's a debate that is maturing. Because for the first time, we are sitting inside as government officials and saying this is wrong publicly. And that was never done before. We are saying to the public, what you are talking about is what we also recognize, and we are working with you to make sure that this thing happens. And I'm definitely sure the minister is hearing this. And if they gave me a call, I would have loved him to be here, because he would have spoken at least for us all to understand. And I think, secondly, black farmers cannot be productive without that title deed. The 450 commercial farmers was brought by me. I'm not trying to. Once I saw these emergent farmers, they are emerging all the time, I said, then let's put a figure. And that big figure of 450 is actually 50 per province. And I sat with my team and said, where do we start? Once we agreed that this should happen, I went to the president and presented the benefits and the value proposition for doing so. They bought into it. Indeed, it is far less. It's similar to the issue of jobs. To do 2030 vision of 1 million jobs, and you're not contracting it to the department that should do this. And you are acknowledging that agriculture is that department that has opportunities for job creation. Yet when you get in, no one knows who's going to do it when. It's sitting there. So somehow, therefore, the public debate is allowing and saying to the government, you are accountable. Begin to be, one, transparent. Secondly, begin to do things that we voted you for. And that question, the last one that we voted you for, is beginning to be more realistic right now. So the inclusivity is also saying we all belong together. You have got skill, I'm trying to get this skill as partner. And we have seen the results of those partnerships. And I'm here to say, even on recapping, we are going to enforce partnerships.
Prince, I'm going to come to you in a second, but I just want to ask Johan. Johan, you told me while your face was being made up with all sorts of powder next door in the green room that you want a practical conversation, pragmatism. Ideology is not going to get us anywhere. For those of us like myself who have very low levels of literacy when it comes to this part of the economy, can you sketch us a picture, and for the people at home, what is the impact of not giving title deeds when it comes to your desire to forge partnerships?
Yeah.
How does that undermine your willingness to form partnerships?
See, maybe let me just start at a slightly different point. You know, I think in a lot of people's minds, land reform is just about transferring land from white farmers to black ones. I'm going to be quite frank and straight about this. But it's not. Why can't a successful black farmer not be empowered to buy land with other black or white people as partners, and in that way promote land reform? Why are they excluded? Why are farmers in the former homelands excluded from this process? And that's what it's all about for us. And I fully agree. It's the basis of our policy that the partnerships should be at least the starting point for the next decade or whatever, in ensuring that land reform will become an economically viable process, and ensure that we keep on feeding the nation during this transfer period. Let me give you an example where I come from. There were a lot of small farmers, and all of them had land, 2-3 hectares of irrigation land. What we've done through the dried fruit technical services, our commodity organization, is not giving them any other land. Most of those farmers, took jobs in town and so on. And we've trained them on the one hand, and while we were training them, we planted their land to the newest cultivars to produce raisins. Their average turnover now, without getting a square centimeter of extra land, is over 500,000 rand a year. That's a good starting point in agriculture for somebody to become successful. All of them have moved back to their land as successful farmers, and they are now expanding. And that's the approach that we should be using. We should be training people as entrepreneurs so that they can employ some of the unemployed people in South Africa. Coupled with agriculture's long value chain and also promoting new technology of processing and so on. In agriculture, we can do a lot and go a long way towards alleviating unemployment in South Africa from agriculture view. But just giving people more land without any skills, any support, any training is not going to do it.
Prince, you wanted to jump in?
I wanted to jump in because, and then let me warn you, I'm going to spoil the part. I wanted to jump in because, you see, it may sound, I suppose the rules of politeness will demand that we should be nice as panelists. But I think we must forget them for a minute and tell each other the truth. Here is the truth. If you hear a senior government official speaking as if he's an NGO representative, you must know you have a big crisis as a society. When the Afrikaners in 1913 decided that they want to kick black people out of land, they want to get rid of sharecroppers, they didn't speak like NGOs. They simply passed a law. They put the weight of the state behind that. They empowered their people. In the 1920s, they pumped subsidies to subsidize Afrikaners. Afrikaners are farmers not because they were born farmers, but simply because they were assisted by the state. They produce skills, right? But here we are, more than 2 decades after the fall of apartheid, we have a government that speaks like an NGO, right? It can't print title deeds. I mean, if you have a state that can't print title deeds, what more about training? Let me tell you what's going to happen in this country. We are going to get to the situation of Zimbabwe. You see, Mugabe, when he was fighting in the bush, he said he was fighting for his people. But it actually transpired later on that the chap was not actually fighting for his people. He was fighting for his own stomach. Because 20 years down the line, he woke up and realized that actually he had not distributed land. He didn't even produce, by the way, agronomists who are trained people who should drive a rational land restitution. So what did he do when pressure emanated from society? He went mad and unleashed the war veterans and so on. And there was chaos to the point that black Zimbabweans went to the shops, they couldn't find food simply because of the incompetence of the state. And I've got to be very honest about this thing. We have an incompetent state in South Africa.
Let me just ask you this, and I want to stay with you, Prince. I mean, I think the picture you paint is one that not everyone will share. I certainly do share it. I think in many ways the ANC government hasn't come to terms psychologically with being in the driving seat of power, right? Blames the Constitution. The Constitution gives it ample space for land reform. And we've had brilliant experts like Advocate Jeff Bundler for years saying, stop blaming the Constitution, start using the Constitution. So I get your analysis. What is your best political guess as an analyst? Why it is that it would be self-sabotaging? I was saying to Mike on the program this morning, I don't understand. How can you have difficulty selling this to other DGs, other ministers? Title deeds. If it is such a political no-brainer, what would be the case for resisting doing what makes political sense, particularly with the general election 2 years away?
Let me tell you the problem.
What do you think?
I think I know it. You see, and the DG, by the way, has told us, he's arguing with his colleagues in cabinet. In this country, you don't have, the ANC argued for a unitary state, right? There were chaps on the Afrikaner side who wanted to take the Free State as their Volksstaat, right? And the EFF was actually behind, the IFP was behind that because they wanted KwaZulu-Natal. The ANC now, currently, it actually runs South Africa as if we have some kind of a balkanized Volksstaat. We have a confederation of ministries in cabinet. You don't have a government that speaks with one voice, that pursues a single agenda, which is why he is a man of good heart. But he's battling to convince his own cabinet colleagues to address a very important issue. So we have a balkanized government whose center does not hold. What he tells us is not what his colleague in government will tell us, because his colleague is pursuing a completely different agenda. Let me tell you, we're not going to solve the problem if we don't tell each other the truth. We must confront it and say it as it is, in order for those in government to understand that we are worried about the incompetence that is there in the state. It's just a question of pure incompetence.
Okay. Philly, I want to bring you in here, though. I mean, he's, you know, what Prince is saying, I suppose most people in this room and most people at NEMPO will probably agree with that. But let's also be honest. There's an obsession in this country with state-centric approaches towards problem solving. Rolf wants to be in the solution space, and I think that's where we should head. If it is true, as Johanni say, and as was said last night by Milan as well, and with the example of the Bosveld Group, that it is possible through voluntary partnerships for commercial farmers to walk the talk. You don't need Mike to convince cabinet. And Prince can write his next book about the fall of the ANC. Oh wait, he's already done that. Nothing stops you legally as commercial farmers, black or white, from forming the partnerships that you wish to do. Just as the ANC has constitutional power to do more on land reform, you guys don't have to wait for JZ to come to his senses before you actually have more of these partnerships. Why isn't it happening voluntarily?
It's a good question, and I do have an answer for it. Let me comment on what Prince has said, and I actually agree with him. The problem that we have in this country is uncertainty. And we can't run away from the market forces. The market forces are there. Even in communist countries, the market forces are also at work. So if you create uncertainty, or if you allow uncertainty to happen, then progress will definitely not happen. Money tends to run away from uncertainty. So your direct question, why don't we have more partnerships? Our institutional framework is not conducive to forming partnerships. And I must say, it's not only the result of government not capable. We deliberately also created an environment where people that had been removed or had a claim could go and claim their rights back. And our government has a very painful process to go through in order to justify and cross-examine and make sure that all those painful processes are restituted. Now, like in any society, people are using the framework not as a very truthful process. Some people are trying to gain from it. So on the one hand, the government must allow the process to take its long road, but on the other hand, the government must also institutionalize partnerships. What we have in the short term is politicians saying that partnerships don't work, but that's not true. Agriculture is a very long-term process. Even the most advanced agricultural projects takes 5 to 7 to 8 years to come to fruition. Proper traditional projects will take 12 to 13 years to come to fruition. So from the time that you actually make the decision to do a partnership to the point where you're actually reaping the benefits can take you 20 years. So if we would have had partnerships as our mantra 20 years ago, we would have been reaping the benefits right now. So we better do that quicker rather than later, because it's going to take us 10 to 20 years to get to those benefits.
Okay,
and
but if we
that.
have, I mean, you know, I'm not a regular reader, as you might guess, of Farmers Weekly, but I was usefully directed there in preparation for this conversation, looking at the Bosveld model, also with ZZ2. So if we stick for the moment, dare I say it, in an un-South African mode, and ask what can we do rather than just getting caught up in paralysis around analysis of the nature of the problem. Where partnerships have worked, and please don't be humble, you can talk about your own experience. Why have they worked despite the fact that the state hasn't institutionalized partnership? Because clearly there are success stories. What, if you reverse engineer the success stories that do exist, what are their key ingredients?
I think there are two areas where partnerships do work. The one is where it's not very complicated. You must remember, agriculture as a resource is a very complicated factory. It's a factory with a lot of variables that you need to manage. So in terms of a business, it's probably one of the most complex businesses that you have to manage. So our experience was where we created partnerships in more simplified industries. For instance, in the game industry, there's not a lot of variables that you need to manage in the game industry. And I may be on thin ice now with my colleagues, but our project there worked. Where you have complex processes, complex agricultural processes, it becomes more difficult. Okay. We also have partnerships that works in complex arrangements, but it took longer because the projects that we were working with were politically more controversial. And in those instances, it took longer for the partners to trust each other. So a partnership, in essence, is a relationship of trust. So that's one of the foundations that we need to understand. That and we are a diverse country, so we're bringing diverse people together to create a partnership. In itself, it's a difficult process, but it's actually, in my opinion, our only answer. If we don't do that, we're gonna end up with Venezuela-type solutions, which will just kill this country.
Mike, I know you want to jump in. I want Rolf to just speak. Rolf is one of those strange South Africans, isn't he? He doesn't have to say a word, and you can feel the weight of his presence. But I actually am dying to know what you think, particularly around the possibility of partnerships working while we're waiting for a state that is increasingly ineffective at the business of the state, Rolf, sadly. But we can't bemoan. It is what it is. What do we do in the meantime?
Just to emphasize that point of the failure, you know, if we look at the history, a short-term history, not a longer term that Prince was talking about. In 1994 and with the final constitution in 1996, it was said there shall be land reform. And there was the cut-off date of 1913. So the mandate was clear. The problem is it was not implemented. And that is where we find ourselves now more than 20 years later. The lack of implementation, I think this is the biggest failure of this current government in every respect, because the implementation that didn't take place according to the mandate of the Constitution is now biting us, biting the government, and therefore we are now getting irresponsible responses, like is currently the case, because what should have been done in this period of 20 years didn't. Let me take the example of land claims. According to the information that we have, and I think it's being proved by various sources, more than 4,000 farm units are in the position of Department of Land Reform as a result of land claims. But that has not been transferred to the claimants. It sits there. So it's not a question of no land that is available. It's not a case of land that is not already being expropriated. It's there. The question is, what is the department? And let me be very frank about this. The Department of Land Reform was invited to be here today as part of this panel. They didn't accept. And I think that's part of the problem. They are avoiding their responsibility, sorry to say. They can't give an answer to the question, why don't you transfer the land that's already been expropriated?
They don't even know how much land they sit on.
I know, they know very well.
They're not telling Mike.
But the problem is they don't know how to transfer this and how to do it. And the point that we are working at the moment is to find a partnership between farmers like these who are here and many, many others in South Africa who are prepared to help emerging farmers, new people who want to farm, who actually want to put that land to good use in terms of commercial value. And put the commercial banks and the land bank and everybody else that need to be financing this, together with this, in the same partnership. Get Department of Agriculture on their resources. And if we form that partnership, we can take this forward. And this is the plan, I think, that we're starting to move forward with. And there is some progress.
Before we go on to the next big theme, Mike, you've got a couple of issues you want to tie up here that, that was sparked for you.
Part of being here as a government official is to clear some of these things. Just for Prince's sake, I was the president of the farmers yesterday. And then I came in because I was going through these frustrations. I began to be part of policy formulation and making. We call it this public-private sector partnership is an official position of government. So take that from me. It's like that. As an example, the farms that are lying fallow and we're supposed to recapitalize, I'm putting partnerships there. I, as government official, putting partnerships there. So if there is a discussion about how that is, my boss must not be it. Here, I'm right here. And that's why I'm here, so that we can progress this. That's why I'm inviting my colleagues to be part of this. Because some of the things we know are happening, but we have no one to explain. So the criticism grows because there's no transparency in communicating some progress. And this is a sad thing. I will take it up with some of my colleagues, especially on rural development and IDT, the Department of Trade and Industry, because there's a lot of things that are happening. And I'm beginning to be impressed. We are assured, Prince, that from now on there is no crying outside of bureaucrats. We have put together pragmatic, which is why I'm here. Agriculture is very practical, and I've learned that the hard way. We are now putting training on specific numbers of black farmers that must be done this and that and that, and that is clear. Funding has been sourced for that to happen. And one day, maybe next year, those farmers will be here and giving evidence to what I'm saying. So I'm inviting private sector to immediately deal with the issue of partnership without fear, because we believe that you guys can do this thing better, and I've seen it happen before. So I just wanted to clear that the question of partnership is not something that's not happening. Let's go back to the one on title deeds. That is advanced, by the way. It has gone to a committee and pronouncements are going to be made very soon. There are issues of people, they are saying maybe do we do a long-term lease? What is this absorption of people on ownership instead of use? And they are saying, therefore, why stop title deeds, use the land. If I give you a 30-year lease, you can go to the bank and say, here's my land. There is that debate. Now we want it closed. I want it closed. But some of the DGs are not there, who are supposed to go. Not there as in presence, but the convergence of ideas, because we have made a lot of mistakes. So even if you are hard-headed, we point you back and said your hard-headedness left us with this. So open up so that we can go there. I represent that voice that says, I've been banned in agriculture. When that farmer makes an appointment, no, it's not a joke. Something is happening. Open up, secretary, let me meet him now. Wool South Africa was waiting for 3 years for a DG. And this gentleman said, I said, I'm here. He doesn't believe I was a DG. I had to produce cards because the bureaucrats were refusing to meet one of the best stakeholders in the sector. He is here. I said, I need your strategy. I'm just open up my own. And the year is starting. I don't want to at the end of the day say, Mike, why don't we partner on this? When disaster comes, let's start now. So these things are emerging. What I would like out of these discussions is input towards how do we solve these other issues? Or how do we strengthen these that are progressive? Such as what I heard, for example, Mr. Milan and them. How does government come in there and make sure that they give confidence that the partnership is official? And I'm saying that's what we're going to be doing. And it doesn't rest with some cabinet member, it rests with me right now.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to create that so that there is a solution in the critique. and there's information in the critique that allows us to go to solutions. So, and that critique, that's the way agriculture is. It forces you to be practical every time. You must be practical. If not, it beats you. So I just wanted to say,
thank you, Mike.
On those two issues, there is progress.
Okay, I want to hit the pause button on this conversation, and I want you to give the first perspective on it fully, and then anyone can then jump in dynamically. Around 19,000 commercial farmers are in distress. We often reduce the land reform debate to a debate about transferring land to black people, taking it away from white people, a history of dispossession, and that's important. I don't want my wig to be fetched on Twitter by those watching this live from around the country. That is important. But I don't think we are paying attention to a ticking time bomb. Because if 19,000 commercial farmers, black or white, male or female, gender non-specific, are under distress, and they don't get help very soon, unfortunately, the scenario that my colleague Stephen Groothuis painted last night on the panel about how many revolutions in history were started through hunger is something that this country will deal with while sleeping and thinking that the only political crises are ones related to housing and education and maybe some aspects of public health policy debate. What do you need from the state and other sources of power in society in order for us to nip this issue of distress, financial distress in the bud? Because as a political analyst, one of my key messages I'm going to take to my readers, my listeners, is that there are some topics we are not paying enough attention to. And I feel this issue of 19,000 is a massive issue that you won't find on page 2 or 3 of the Sunday Times, but you ought to.
Yeah. You see, the problem in South Africa with agriculture is that it became unfashionable to be agricultural friendly. What that created was we have a very polarized agricultural society. We have a lot of big farmers who can look after themselves. They don't need government, actually. They're strong enough to employ agriculturalists. They're strong enough to wage legal battles, and they can help themselves. We have quite a sizable small-scale farming number, people who are actually subsistence farmers, who can, just by being on the land, can look after themselves. And they have part-time jobs and things like that. Our problem in this country is that the middle-class farmer is in distress. And it is the result of a very agricultural, unfriendly government. Let me give you an example. If I want to go and renew my license, my motorcar license, I have to take a day off and go. Something that should happen online, with a flick of a bic, so to speak. And this is a very maybe rudimentary example of the lack of support services. If we go back to the early 1900s, and by the way, I don't think the Afrikaners made the laws in 1913. I think it was the British, but be that as it may.
That old chestnut.
Be that as it may. If we go back in the early part of the, let's say, emancipation of the Afrikaner nation to become farmers, there was a lot of attention given to co-ops and the whole idea of cooperative functioning. What we're talking about now in terms of partnerships is nothing else than to have cooperative functioning, to use the skills that we have amongst each other to help all of us. But I think it's very important that our government must become farmer-friendly, because it's irrespective of whether you're black or white. If you have an unfriendly agricultural government, you're not going to be able to make the grade from a subsistence farmer to a proper
But Jan,
farmer.
what does that mean practically? If you, in the unlikely event that the minister is secretly listening, although they're not here physically, in Quinty, what do you want him to take to an interministerial task team that deals with distress? Let's say they suddenly get the urgency of the problem. What should be on the agenda list in terms of interventions?
You know, you see this, I think one of the main problems is that government doesn't understand their own laws and policies. For example, this whole land ceiling issue. As a farm grows and its turnover grows, it must do black economic empowerment. It's a law. why do you need another one to cut up that farm and to prevent it doing economic empowerment? I think government simply doesn't understand what itself is doing. It's the same with disaster aid. And I think what we must promote is that government must listen to the sector, must take cognizance of the policies that farmers themselves have formulated to alleviate the challenges of South Africa. For example, on land, on financing agriculture, on what we're doing now in terms of disaster aid, a more smart disaster aid policy, where a government can efficiently assist the sector. I don't think the South African government is so agricultural unfriendly. It's unfriendly to everything that's going on in the country at the moment. It's not very friendly to education or to health or whatever. And that's why I'm saying I don't think government understand what it is doing, should be doing, or even the Constitution. And I think what the minister must really take from this conversation is listen to your sector. Exactly as Mike has said. Mike is trying to do it. I can vouch for that. That's why he say we must partner. If there's a failure, there will always be failures. Let us accept that. But if there's a failure, let us go the pragmatic and practical road and see how are we going to solve it. Learn from that experience and then, sort of assimilate it and say, we're going to continue making capital and invest.
With us. Okay, just as an aside, since 1910, we have never had an English Africa. Since 1910. But anyway, leave that, because the English actually were robbed by the Afrikaners.
Stay out of it.
And now, you see, I've bashed government, and now I want to bash farmers now. You see, 19,000, and say, I've heard, my name is Eusebius Makaiser, I've heard that you are in this press. You clear all of us here. Let me tell you, these farmers. The government, gentlemen, in the main, they're actually gentlemen. There are no ladies there. You stand aside, all of you come here, and then you say stand there. Almost said to the farmers are white, the chaps who are running government are black. You say to the black chaps, assist those one. Picture. It is a bizarre picture. You are saying to this gentleman, it is your sector. And he's looking at that group, he says, is that my sector? So, white farmers must accept the blame as well, that they have held on to agriculture as their sector, not opening up, not inviting black partners in order for them to co-own agriculture as a national asset. Until and unless you do that, the black government and general black people do not care that there are some farmers somewhere in Bothaville who are in distress. In the US, when the financial system collapsed, right? Ordinary people said, why do you want to bail out these thugs who have caused us the problem? And ordinary people in the US were actually correct to argue that way. And then the thugs were saying, they had constructed a narrative, we are too big to fail, right? Because these massive banks, don't let us fail. That is the problem. You are too big to fail when you are in trouble. When you are big and making money, you don't tell us that I am big and I'm killing it. That is a problem. So let's have a conversation that is honest. On the one hand, we've got an incompetent government. On the other hand, we've got white farmers who are protecting their self-interest. They are not prepared to share with black people.
I accept all of that. I accept all of that, not just for sake of argument. You know my politics. I totally get that. The point that I'm trying to drive home is that when I say 19,000 farmers are in distress, you mustn't think of it, because you and I are liberal arts students. We mean distress as an economic concept.
Yeah.
And when I say there are consequences there for the ANC, for black people, who are in a numerical majority, I'm not saying please give Philly a hug and lots of money. I'm saying, why have we not, as political analysts, as writers, as a black-led government, we are not thinking through the causal consequences of his financial stress. Not because we give a damn about giving him a hug as a white man. I'm not saying care about white tears, as the young black kids would say on Twitter. What I'm saying is, does it not surprise you as an analyst, both in our work, but also just looking at the state, that we are sitting on a ticking political time bomb, which will come back to bite us in our democratic behinds if we don't care about those commercial farmers? Whether they're black or white is neither here nor there. The political effect will be the same. Rolf, I want your opinion on that, and I'll give you a chance to come in, Prince, and then Philly, I'll take you.
I have a feeling, Eusebius, that we need to change a little bit the paradigm about what are we talking about. I'm not saying here, us, now. I'm talking about the general situation. The paradigm being where we're coming from is an historic one. It's the reality that, like Prince was saying, farmland in South Africa belonged to the whiteys. That's been historically the reality. I think the change or the transformation that's required is not about transferring that to a new society. I think what is really required is a way of looking at what is the meaning of land in terms of the value that the majority of South Africans can benefit from. And I think that is the essence of what we need to talk about. Prince was making a point. I wanted to react immediately then. He was saying the problem is that there are overcrowded spaces with people having no land. Now, as far as I know, London is a very much overcrowded place, with very few having access to land in that space. But that's not the point. The point that I think is real here is that we have to look at how we can give value to South Africans that never have been exposed to value, whether it's land or the place they live or whatever the case is. And there's no reason, legally speaking, why South Africans that live in a shack somewhere around Johannesburg can't be given that space as their own in terms of title. In terms of title. And I think we have to look at the conversation turning around towards that aspect. And in the process, if we empower South Africans in that way, then I think we will create opportunities that will flow from that. Agriculture is not a single entity within this. It's part of the bigger picture. But when we talk about land, it affects basically everybody.
But we are very unlucky as a society because we don't have a shortage of important problems. The shack dwellers in Alex need our attention. What I'm asking from you is, do we have time to not prioritize for the moment while trying to deal with the shack dwellers' life? Do we have enough time to ignore Philly and his 18,999 friends? Or should that be higher up on the agenda when cabinet meets? That's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
I accept all the other problems are urgent. I mean, I'm the first person in my family to go to university. I know all about intergenerational poverty. I'd be the last one to say we shouldn't deal with those issues. But what I'm asking is, with the benefit of hindsight, which hopefully we'll never get to on this matter if we problem solve it now, will we get to a scenario potentially in 5-10 years' time where we say, Aish, with the benefit of hindsight, we ought to have had the 19,000 distressed farmers higher up on a cabinet agenda 5 years ago?
I have a doubt whether the previous Minister of Finance or the current one would have had the ability to actually seriously look at those 19,000 as a component of the total South African economy.
Sure.
I seriously have a doubt about that. And quite frankly, whether it was in the past under apartheid or in the last 20 years, you would always have had a very strong or substantial portion of distressed farms in South Africa. That's part of the reality.
Okay.
We also know, it was said last night, that food production is more and more coming from the big farmers, Whether it's South Africa or the US or any other country, that's the phenomenon. So it's a question of how do we deal with this other situation. But I think throwing money at that is not the solution.
Okay. You wanted to jump in?
I just wanted to make a point about the transformation from being small to being successful and larger and bigger. And I sort of call it the eye of the needle that we have to go through. And that's the part where the government, and Prince sadly has to categorize this as a black and white because that's the demographics at the moment. But we should actually look at it from a non-racial point. The problem is not a racial issue. It's not a racial issue that there are 19,000 farmers in distress. It's not because of their race that they're in distress. It's because of the structure of our agricultural society. And we need to resolve that. If we don't resolve that, we're going to end up with an even more polarized situation. So on the one hand, the government must be friendly to 19,000 white farmers in order to allow maybe 50,000 black farmers to become successful.
Sounds like a threat. Very quickly, Prince, because I want to ventilate one final issue.
Ruth, I think Alexandra is more crowded than London, but that's an aside. On a more serious note, I think I agree with you. We have to change the paradigm. But it will not change for as long as the practical reality is such that farming is an exclusive preserve and domain of white people. You can't run away from it. I have had breakfast this morning. I'm sure my egg came from somewhere here, produced by some Afrikaner farmer. I know that. The tomato came from ZZ2. I know that. And I'm thankful to that.
How was it?
But it was very good. But Eusebius, BEE was designed by white people in this country. And Ruth knows that. White people decided during the transition that they need to introduce BEE, bring a few black people into some kind of schemes. Essentially, those black people were brought in as political insurance, right? White people must realize today that they need to design something else. They must not enrich a few black people. They must design a scheme that will see them co-owning and sharing South Africa's wealth with black people on a massive scale. When we get to that stage, I can tell you the conversation is going to change. If we don't get to that scale, the conversation will not change. It will remain a black and white issue. Poverty, for example, in South Africa, it's a black issue. I come from Mpumalanga. Here's a view, right? I see cars driving with rhino horns in front. They're protesting. You can predict the car is coming from far. It's a white chap who's fighting to protect the rhino. Black people don't care about these rhinos. Not because they are the ones who kill them, but simply because they are battling with basic survival issues of poverty. I have never seen a sticker or a campaign by white South Africans that represent a fight against poverty, right? So we have to be honest about our problems, because if we are not honest, let me tell you, this discourse, Ruth, will not change. I don't want it to be like that, which is why I am as honest as possible in order for us to fix these things that make it impossible for you and I to sit around the table and have a nice lunch and enjoy tomatoes from ZZ2.
Okay, I'm gonna park the issue there, just in the interest of time, if I may, Johan. There's a lot that he says that's controversial. We can ventilate some in the Q&A, but for the formal part of our programming, I want to just spend the last 5 minutes on one more issue, because, yeah, I mean, I'm not even sure whether black people lack the agency that Prince is implying there. I think sometimes some of us behave like subjects, but we are willing participants in the Republic of Gupta. We're not just victims. But you set me up nicely for, I think, on a positive last note, if we may. DG, I'm going to start with you on this one. I'll give everyone who'd like to, and you don't have to feel obliged to opine on this one, to give a perspective on this issue. We do need to get more black people involved. We need to get more women involved. And two things that have opened my eyes being here for the first time at NAMPO is firstly taking a drive around the expo was just phenomenal, because even as a BA student, you cannot but learn at the incredible value chain of this sector. And I think to myself, gosh, the opportunities to play along the value chain are clearly enormous. Enormous. From implements to technology, all sorts of things that you need. You can be an IT boffin and find yourself at NEMPO. I mean, it's amazing. You know, there was a learning moment for me. The other was, and this is not to get a bonus at Pramedia, is that when we ventilated these issues, and you can testify on my show this morning, we couldn't stop the calls coming in for 2 hours, even after you left, and we had Christoph van Rede on. It was phenomenal. I thought I was going to bore my listeners and lose them maybe to Radio Sonder Grenze, and I didn't. And the majority of the people who called in were young people, women. He spoke to black women farmers. Prince doesn't know they exist. They do exist. We just don't profile them in the media. So here's my question to you. What can we do practically, DG, to change the situation that Prince is describing? He doesn't know of the few, and they're very small statistically, so your point is right at the level of pattern. But they exist. You spoke to Koketsu this morning. She's been to your farm. You have traded war stories about farming with this young black woman, and many others who called into my show, and I was astounded. But behind your back, Tristo was moaning that the quality of the agriculture schools are really shocking. As a society, we don't get returns for that investment. The same goes for many people who are unemployed. I had a black mom calling in saying, my son studied agriculture and now he's unemployed. I can't possibly tell his cousin to also go and study agriculture because his cousin is unemployed. So he's a bad example. This is a passion of yours. How do we get women involved, young people involved, so that the optics of this panel can look differently in 5 years' time?
I think I'll just be very short, Prince. It tends to be said, it's a very sad reality that the government has not provided an enabling environment for these debates to occur, and that they occur at this level. The state of affairs in agricultural colleges is extremely sad. I took a position and begged my principal and others that let's begin to revitalize these colleges. Let them be a source of feeder to whatever policy of farming, of farming. And that's what we're doing. We visited one college. The situation was sad, very, very sad. But I've made a determination to shift the budget and prioritize it for some of those learners who were learning in an environment where, in this cold, the whole wall is not there. And I could not but feel so sad that as a responsible citizen and graced by God to be here, I can't do anything on this. That's why we began. Now, those colleges, all of them were in my department yesterday, and we agreed that we are going to put steps together.
Okay.
And include, by the way, commercial farmers, so that we can take them there for internships with the idea of opening up. The Germans were here. They literally said, we can take people from you, Mike. Just assure me that when they come back from Germany, there's a space for them. We were going everywhere begging for these guys to be skilled, okay, so that agriculture in South Africa prospers, especially in rural areas. And I think Prince makes a very valid point. And it is painfully so, but very valid, that the perception of agriculture is a negative one, that it is white dominated. They are the only ones who think this thing belongs to them. And I've interacted with colleagues, and frankly speaking, they want to change that. They are not saying it is not there. They have said that it is there, and it's not done by all white people. Similarly, all crime is not done by all black people. I have stayed with these colleagues. I've found a sense of commitment, emotional commitment to rectifying these issues. And I take a blame that we have not, as government, seriously taken a position of saying, we are here to help you. Here is 1 billion. Let's budget it together. What do you think it fits? What priorities should we do? Which is what I'm doing with some of these colleagues. That we have got this budget. How do you feature in when there is disaster? And I think we are advanced. I don't think we're doing it very well. But you are talking about 19,000 distressed farmers. If I can tell you that 14 million people in South Africa go to bed without food, you will cry. And most of those people, realistically, most of them are in Gauteng, most of them are in KwaZulu-Natal, most of them are in the Eastern Cape. We are now developing targeted programs that deal with those type of situations. Maybe we need to do the same with these depressed farmers and become so inclusive as government in addressing these issues with you, critics, telling us very strongly and us opening up to that. Because South Africa criticism is taken personally.
Absolutely.
Hit us so that we learn things that we cannot see, but we see it through your eye. Like what you have just said. That's a very truthful point you have said there. Until agriculture is seen as a South African issue, we are not going to immediately solve it. But I can also say by the same breath, these colleagues, especially these guys I know, have put money and everything they have in trying to make sure things happen.
Okay. Johan, I'm going to restrict you to 45 seconds. A final thought.
Yes. You know, it must be a very attractive sector for a young potential black student to say, I'm going to study agriculture, I'm going to go through all these motions, and then I will have a 70% failure possibility like the current commercial farmers. We're not going to sell it to them, whether we want to or not. The second thing is, if we don't get economic growth, we're going to lose the rest of the commercial farmers as well, because I cannot produce food for people without money. So we've got to change the sector, we've got to get economic growth going, we've got to make this improve profitability in the sector, whether it's through integration in the value chain or whatever. But we've got to get those things right, and one of the key elements is through education and training, like Mike has said. That is the huge challenge that we're facing. Otherwise, it's not going to happen.
Friends, 30 seconds.
This morning I was walking with my friend Pumelela outside. So we see a young white chap wearing khakis, probably in his teens. I said, wouldn't it be nice to walk here and see a black guy dressed like this with his hat? And we both agreed it would be very nice. I think we must work towards that goal. Where you walk around here, you see both black and white kids wearing khakis. They are being trained to be farmers. That's number one. Lastly, we need to take these discussions out of this space and have these discussions also in black communities. Because you see, most of us in black communities, we have breakfast, lunch, we don't know where it comes from. So unless and until we get to that level, we are going to have this discussion where we don't actually see ourselves in agriculture.
Thank you. Billy, a final thought from the ZCC?
From the church. I have a controversial last word. Black people in this country used to pay what they call black tax. And I was only introduced to this concept very recently, maybe a month ago. And I was born here, so I didn't know about the existence of this terminology. I think people in this country will be surprised to know how much white tax people are prepared to pay. It must just be allowed in a dignified way and in a fair way.
Okay. Rolf, I don't know, I just like your voice. You get 90 seconds.
Here's the challenge, and I'm looking at the organizers of this event. Let's all work together and help them to ensure that next year half of this audience will be black, representing an interest, a serious interest in the subject we're talking about.
They've been a great panel. Honesty can often cost you, and I want to affirm their honesty. The State, Commerce, Print as a political analyst, and just as a gift to this country, really, as a great South African. Can we please put our hands together and thank them? Thank you. Thank you for joining us. Remember to follow us on Twitter and visit the website nationinconversation.co.za.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Just another hand to everybody and to the facilitator. We will now allow questions. We will allow questions. Is there anybody that needs to leave? Because we will allow some questions. Anybody have a question at this point?
4.
Yes, sir, there at the back. Just please, there's a mic here. Just hold the mic close to your mouth. See, Gloria will get to you after that gentleman at the back. Just state who you are, just so that we can address you, and then what is your specific question? Right, the mic is on its way. Armand, there at the back, third last row. Third last row on the right.
Thank you. I'm Tutuzi Nkambule from Mpumalanga. Mr. DG and the panel, I'm happy to hear that you have a farm. I'm sure in 3 weeks you won't have a job. But that's something else. If you drive from Mpumalanga, some bit of northwest and encroaching into the Free State, all the agricultural land that has been there, or that is there, is being overtaken by mining. So now we are sitting here, we're talking of putting food and everything, but the very same government, through the mining and appropriation bill and everything, they just come to your farm and say, we have been given a right to check for mine rights here and everything. In Mpumalanga, we had a situation whereby 850 hectares of small-scale growers, mainly women, 50s, 60s, even 70, were told just like that, we have this paper which grants us permission to take over this land and mine it or farm it for something. So I think it is well and nice that we are looking forward to all these other policies and everything, but it seems like the left does not know what the right is doing, and we need to do a lot about that.
Thank you very much. Mike, the challenge in terms of mining and agriculture?
I think it's an issue generally, it's a sad one. By the way, I also went through that, but I refused that gentleman to not partner with me in that mining venture in my farm. I think that was one solution, but they appreciated it. There's lots of land that is lying in mining that we must claim as agriculture. But there's less I can do about that except to talk to the DG or to DG on the other side. But we all know that wherever you find mine or minerals, the state lays a claim on that, whether it be in your farm outside, I was told. But we try to work with people like you. Please raise that outside of here if you can.
Thank you for the question. Gloria, can we have the mic all the way back? Well, why don't we take that quick? Gloria, I'll be with you just now. Okay, yes.
I'm Christo Morrison. I'm a farmer, white farmer, as you can see, Scottish farmer. I don't believe that the government hasn't got the means to support partnerships. I don't believe that the government can't print title deeds or support newcomer farmers or what else. So I don't think it's got anything to do with white and black as well. I've got a buzzword running around in Africa that calls nationalization, nationaliseer, because I think the government isn't really support all the things on the table right now because they've got another agenda, like we've seen all over Africa. And what I read there is that if I own the land as a government, I can control the economy. So that's why we don't see the ANC government support everything all these people have been talking about. Thank you.
Anybody would like to comment on that? I think perhaps the point we should take is, Gloria noted it in an earlier discussion, and I think it was noted last night as well. If you read the ANC's policy documents for the June conference, That is not reflected in the policy documents. Perhaps we note this last night. Perhaps, Rolf, just a quick point from your side, and then Mike from your side.
My impression is, and I'm not speaking as an expert as far as ANC policy is concerned, but my impression is that the current debate between, let's say, some factions in the ANC and the EFF is about the fact that the EFF is competing with the government on the issue of land reform. And the reaction from some factions in the ANC is to try and
compensate.
Overcompensate, but also to beat the EFF on the subject by means of coming across in a very populist way. But like you said, if one looks at the documentation that's being presented for the policy conference, it's not reflected. And I personally don't think we're going that way. In any case, the argument is not sound.
I think on my side, the truth is and this is just practical, we have produced a document called Comprehensive Producer Support. And that's the government of the ANC saying we must do that. So what I've spoken about in terms of support on the partnership, that is there. It depends on me, and the business plan and the players that are there. So what we have spoke about by and large are things that I can support. I can support. For example, let me not put an example. I've asked the HOD of Limpopo to begin to meet with certain people. I've asked them to meet with Madeleine there to come and find a way of how they can work together. And there's a budget for that. I've spoken to ZZ here, and I'm definitely sure I want to know more about what he does, and the HOD is going to begin to interact with. That is within my realm. So there is no conspiracy on that one. It is pragmatic as I say it. On the others I don't know, but in terms of support of some of the things that we're talking about, they rest here. And I've worked with him. We did things together that support what is happening where he is with the farmers. So I think the conspiracy maybe is on the policy side. On the pragmatic support, I support the partnership because I believe without the skill, we're going nowhere. In fact, the past has shown that.
All right, I'm going to allow 2 questions. One is from, I'll allow 3 questions. Gloria, the gentleman next to Gloria, I'll allow those 4 questions. But let's take all the questions and then we go through the answers.
Thank you. I'm a 2,000 hectare maize farmer in Eastern Cape in communal land with no security of tenure, and it's very successful. The yields are higher than the country average. So my point there, the first point I wanted to say is that on this issue of the communal land, I think the big investors, it's a cop-out to say they can't go there. If people can find aircrafts that are mobile and moving on air, they will find a solution for that communal land with no security of tenure. That's my point there. And mainly because that land does have an owner. It is the state at this point. Even though that community does not security of tenure, that land belongs to the state. People can do structures and make sure those beneficiaries are taken care of, but do a deal with the state while we are waiting for this communal land bill or whatever. The second point, Prince, the 19,000 distressed farmers. I'm now talking as a banker now. I sit in Old Mutual board. I sit in the Nedbank board. Those distressed farmers have got to be rescued. That is policyholders' monies. Those are depositors' monies. Even the land bank money, it is taxpayers' money. So rescue has got to be done. However, it is structured. It can be that we see them as being white or black. That's remorse we've got now in our hands. The last point, and I think I'm now talking on behalf of the farmers, I guess, on this one. I don't know why I'm not having this clap of hands. The last point, it is on this issue of the food security about if the investors are not there, it threatens the food security. I agree with that, but I would really ask the industry to be genuine on this conversation. the food security is threatened on both sides. It is threatened because we know the shenanigans that happen with this land reform. We know the seed suppliers, what are they doing there? Pricing things out of margin on their low quality seeds, pricing things out of margin on their low quality fertilizers, dumping things there to make these things not successful. We know what the land preparation people are doing, pricing this thing out of range, and therefore these farmers, they end up having to spend 20,000 rands a hectare, when a normal farmer has got to be somewhere in the range of 4 to 5. You're killing that project. And so the big farmers have got to look at themselves as well on this issue of the food security. And last point, Chairman, is that still under food security, the prices are not moving on behalf of these poor people. So whereas last year, this maize price was 5,000 rands a ton, this year it is 1,800 rands a ton. Their price remains at 5,000 rands a ton. That's how it works. So I think the industry can actually just look at themselves as well and say, we've got to make something work, and while the government must come on board and partner appropriately and do the right thing, and the blacks must wake up 4 a.m. this time, get into the farms and do the work that gets done by farmers, and not be idle and loose about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Gloria. Thank you. I'm going to allow all the questions and then we take it from there. Yes, sir.
Thanks, Chair. My name is Pule Sikawana. I'm from the department that is absent from the panel, Rural Development and Land Reform, and I'm the provincial head of the Free State Province. I will not act on behalf of government, but Mike is representing as well. But just two issues that I would like to throw to the panel. Number one, you know, in the olden days, we used to have our own cooperatives, your Senverses of this world, your BVKs. They played into space. Our space has now been diluted by multinationals of the Monsantos of this world. In actual fact, there's a belief that 60% of our food produce ends up in foreign land and foreign buyers. What is their taking as far as that is concerned, and what are measures, if any, Mike, that government could do to put a tab on this? I'm making this point because my observation is that the country will be food insecure, not that we're not producing food, but because our food goes into foreign countries through some of these intermediaries. That's point number one. Point number two, it relates a bit to what Sis Dory was saying. I think as much as we're sitting here and talking about the 19,000 stressed farmers, let's also bear in mind that there's, at the retail end of our spectrum, there is retail that is now taking control of food prices. I mean, the good example that we always make is that a farmer produces 1 liter of milk, sells it for 9 rand. You buy it at Pick and Pay for 22 rands. So I'm just saying that the problem is bigger than just producers. And there's been this talk about how government in particular could begin to tail some of these challenges moving forward. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
My name is Depree de Villiers from the Pro Agri magazine. I have a question for Prince. Prince, I like to compare apples with apples. If you take the rest of sub-Saharan Africa, where the influence of the white man is less significant than in South Africa, in terms of productivity, commercial farming, poverty, food security, how do you compare? Did you do a study about comparison between South Africa and the rest of sub-Saharan Africa? Thank you.
I am Freddy Peters. I am the speaker of Midvaal Municipality in Gauteng. And we have a specific project where we have developed a policy to make municipal land available to young black farmers to promote their interest in agriculture. And we would like to have the Department of Agriculture assisting us in taking the project forward.
Thank you very much. That's nice to end off. Now, Mike, unfortunately, the first two questions I think is in your area. So, if not questions but comments. Add anything, and then Prince, a specific point to you, and then say anybody else who would like to add, I'll get to it. Mike, the first two comments. Any comment?
You referring to this Gloria?
Yeah.
I think the point is mentioning about the effective utilization of communal land is quite a good one.
And it is a partnership. I think
it is a partnership.
In theory, it's a partnership.
But I think what she is saying is the fear that we cannot get in there is a myth. Is a myth. And he's saying we can go there. We don't. There's no need for some protection. I think the government would like that, because we said we are going to be utilizing that unutilized land, about 1.5 million. So if you have started to do that, I think we're encouraging our colleagues to go that road. And all I can say is that you get support from me for that. And we are going to make sure that we go that route, because that's what we have declared. We have said 1.5 million of that unutilized land must be utilized. And in fact, it must be plowed. So for you to have started to do about 20,000 or 2,000, whatever, is commendable. And I think she's doing a very great job, by the way. And you always impress me as a lady to have taken that gigantic step in the far remote areas of the Transkei, and you're doing it and without any complaint. You have got all the implements, about 50 million worth of implements in one area, when other guys are struggling with their cattle and small trucks and complaining to government. I've not heard that complaint. So really, you are my partner.
I think that's a brilliant story. And for those of you, it was featured in the Landbou Weekblad about 2 or 3 years ago. And it is actually a model that we can look at. I assume that you're happy to work with any, with Midvaal if they have projects on the ground?
The issue of Midvaal is quite also commendable, that they say they are bringing the youth in. I think let's partner. Find a way of calling my office, and we will call the regional office to link up with you. The debate has been the municipalities don't want to release land. What must we do? If we have got that type of space and your interest is there and the youth is there, it's just a bonus for me.
Prince, lastly from you.
I think Mama Gloria is correct. And this links to the call made by Ruth that next year, let's have half of this all being black. So that we can tell black chaps that the ideas that they have, that farming is a nice thing, they are wrong. Farming is very hard. It's not a nice thing. It's not like wearing a tie and sitting in an office. So we'll tell them when they are here, but must get them here.
Yeah.
The last thing about the presence of white people in Southern Africa, I haven't done a study like that, but I've traveled. I've been to almost every Southern African country. What I know is that you are right. There are less white people in those countries compared to the high concentration of whites, if I were to use Jimmy Manyi's term, here in South Africa. Most of Southern Africa is rural compared to us. The people in the rural areas, they don't see the organizing about the lack of white people. They produce their own food. In the main farming in those countries, subsistence farming. So they don't care about some white people somewhere or not. They simply produce their own food and eat. And I'm sure that nobody here has heard of a massive death of people in Southern Africa because there are no white people. All we hear is that periodically when there's drought, like food shortages in Zimbabwe now, because of drought, not because of the absence of white people. So, yeah.
I think let's leave that question there. Is there anybody from the panel that would like to add anything? Guys, thank you very much. I want to congratulate Eusebius. I think it's the first time that he's been at NAMPO, and I think you did a great job. Thank you very much, and thanks to your panel. Thank you. Thank you.
Koejawels ruik na Sondag toe ek klein was en uit die boom se mik geryk het na die son. 'n Diep nostalgie het in die gemeenskaplike bewussyn ontstaan vir die verlore maar nie vergete paradys nie, as ook 'n sterk begeerte om dit te herwin. Onthou jy die vetkoek en muns by die kerk se bazaar, die vis en chips by die kafee op die hoek, toegedraai in koerantpapier? Onthou jy die naweekbederf saam met oupa by die plaaslike koöperasie? Eintlik, jare later, het niks verander nie. Hinterland, herontdek dit wat saak maak. Deur die handelstakke Afgri Town and Country, Senwes Village en Farm City bied Hinterland jou alles wat jy kan onthou en soveel meer. Aan die ander kant het ons tred gehou met 'n snel ontwikkelende wêreld om aan jou selfs 'n nog beter ervaring te bied. Met 64 handelstakke in 6 provinsies is Hinterland daartoe verbind om verhoudings te bou en bande te smee. Ons glo in saamwerk, konsolidasie, uitbreiding, die uitbou van infrastruktuur, onderhandelinge, toeganklikheid, standvastigheid en die ontwerp van unieke oplossings. En dit is ons visie. Dit is juis ons persoonlike, langtermyn strategiese vennootskappe wat ons in staat stel om op elke vlak aan klante se behoeftes te voorsien. Ons klante kan die vrugte van hierdie vertrouensverhoudings en lojaliteit pluk. Deur ekonomie van skaal, kollektiewe koopkrag en effektiewe kostebestuur verseker ons dat ons klante die maksimum voordeel kan trek om koste-effektief besigheid te bedryf. Gesonde verhoudings is gegrond op wederwysige respek, eerlikheid en openhartigheid. Ons streef daarna om ook met jou 'n persoonlike langtermynverhouding te bou. Dit sluit in dat ons gereeld in verbinding bly met ons klante deur verskeie kommunikasiekanale om te verseker dat elkeen op hoogte bly van nuwe produkte, ontwikkelinge en spesiale aanbiedinge. Ons luister ook graag na jou behoeftes en verwelkom voorstelle om jou koopervaring nog beter te maak. Hinterland, die bymekaar kom plek vir ons boere. Elke stadsjaapie met 'n tuin, 'n huis, 'n eenstop inkopiebestemming. Ons produkreeks sluit in 'n volledige reeks plaasbenodighede, insetkommoditeite soos saad, kunsmis en gewasbeskerming, brandstof, dieregesondheid en veevoer, en daarmee saam besproeiing, buiteleweprodukte, doen dit self benodighede, wapens en ammunisie, sowel as tuin- en hardeware produkte. Hinterland verseker dat hul klante onbeperkte toegang het tot die produkte wat aan hul diverse vereistes voldoen. Hinterland se verhouding strek selfs nog verder en sluit noue bande met plaaslike gemeenskappe in. Op grondvlak is ons betrokke by 'n verskeidenheid gemeenskapsprojekte en opheffingsinisiatiewe en lewer ondersteuning aan plaaslike gemeenskappe. Hinterland is ook 'n trotse vennoot van die landbougesprekinisiatief Nasie in Gesprek, 'n platform wat van stapel gestuur is om die beeld van landbou te bevorder en gesprekke binne die industrie te stimuleer, om werkbare oplossings vir uitdagings te vind. Jy sien, deur die jare het soveel verander. Tog het soveel dieselfde gebly. By Hinterland ontmoet ervaring en innovering. Kom, herontdek dit wat saak maak.
What you leave behind is not what is engraved in stone monuments, but what is woven into the lives of others. Our deep respect for the land and its harvest is the legacy of generations of farmers who put food on our tables, preserve our landscape, and inspire us with a powerful work ethic. By being devoted to the value chain that supports food security, we are connected to the families it feeds, the potential it nurtures, and the purpose it provides. Your vision, our passion. Senves, breaking new ground. With its operations in the heartland of central South Africa, Senves has been serving the entire food sector, not only in South Africa, but also beyond the national borders for more than 100 years. We feel the bite of every drought and the joy when the rain finally comes. It's about being there for you when it matters most. Adaptability and innovation are some of the most important traits needed to thrive. Our constant drive to better our services and products has enabled us to develop integrated business solutions with the final aim to provide workable solutions. As one of the most respected agribusinesses on the continent, our team is tuned to the beat of ensuring sustainable livelihoods for all. And as partners do, we see your improved value, productivity and profitability also as our success. Senves has invested in a number of independent corporate entities to broaden our role in the agri-value chain. Having the right tools and supplies are important factors in running a farm. Joining forces makes us stronger, such as the Hinterland joint venture between Senves and Afgri. Trading as Afgri Town and Country, Farm City and Senves Village, Hinterland provides a retail offering through 64 branches in 6 provinces, including a variety of products and services. Bringing you the best quality and reliable equipment is a priority for us. Senves Equipment is therefore the exclusive supplier of John Deere and JCB whole goods, parts and services to Central South Africa and the Eastern Cape through 27 outlets and 18 workshops. Senves also recognizes the importance of precision farming to ensure profitability and sustainability. We therefore work with you towards tailored solutions. Senves Equipment expanded its footprint to the Western Cape through a joint venture with JDI as exclusive John Deere and JCB supplier in this province. Prodist is now one of the largest wholesale and bulk suppliers of agricultural implement components, replacement parts and tools, with over 1,500 outlets in Southern Africa to ensure accessibility to supplies. Another partnership to create a reliable supply chain. Grasland specializes in producing high-quality dolomite and calcite lime products for agriculture and industrial use from their 4 mines in the Northwest Province. Thus, by feeding the soil that feeds the nation, Senves and NWK complements the food value chain. Without quality seed, the input value chain is as good as broken. Senves Seed gives producers peace of mind by providing this vital link in sustainable agriculture. The Senves service offering is crafted to assist you through an integrated business solution approach. Getting the necessary funds to run a farming business is often a challenge. With the financial assistance offered through Senves Credit, you can breathe a bit easier. We offer unique and sustainable credit solutions to bridge the gap when you need it most, enabling producers and grain off-takers to afford new ventures and grow their enterprises. Need some assistance to afford the necessary movable assets? Look no further than Senves Asset Finance. This joint venture between Senves and Westbank provides financial services regarding all movable asset needs. Senvest joined forces with NWK to create Certisure, looking after your personal and business risk management. As a financial services provider, we offer a comprehensive range of solutions from asset, crop insurance, financial planning, credit life insurance and medical schemes. We leave no man behind. Univision Broker Services provides administration services to various short-term insurance brokers to give you added peace of mind. Market access is a crucial link in the food value chain. Senvest GrainLink is the proverbial matchmaker between the farm and off-taker. The grain storage capacity of Senvest GrainLink silos is a staggering 4.8 million tons in its 68 grain silo complexes. This is slightly more than a quarter of the total capacity of the country's commercial grain storage infrastructure. We make sure that the harvest is handled with care throughout our grading, weighing and storing process. Through 18 grain procurement offices and grain trading desks, we create a smooth link between grain procurement and marketing. Basis Link was developed by Senvest GrainLink, an online grain basis trading system to make trading more transparent. Supporting the Senvest GrainLink notion of easy, transparent trading, electronic silo certificates is an efficient, secure system allowing owners to safely and conveniently manage their own portfolios online. Transporting your goods to the market is as old as farming itself. Senvest and Imperial Logistics saw the need and formed Grainovation, offering specialized transportation of grain commodities in Southern Africa. Senvest also invests in soft commodity trading, yet another essential part of the value chain, bringing products from the farm to the processors. TradeVantage combines grain marketing and trading services on national and international platforms. As a full subsidiary of Senvest, clients benefit from the strong support and network of the company. These benefits include access to competitive markets and quick and effective payments. Clients can count on negotiable contracting and delivery terms. Senvest and 8 partners have come together to give back to rural communities through Tobo Trust, with the aim to promote sustainable development. Beneficiaries include employees from Senvest, farm workers, new entrants to the sector and small-scale farmers. The team of people who make Senvest what it is shares in the vision and passion of producers and off-takers. Consistent in our efforts, we don't want to leave anything to chance. Therefore, we developed the Senvest Group Agri Rewards Loyalty Scheme. In this country's new chapter, we have proven our commitment to sustainable agriculture, as well as to those who were left behind. Thought-leading initiatives such as Nation in Conversation was created by Senvest a few years ago to encourage dialogue between everyone in the food value chain right up to the consumer to better understand and manage change. Senvest also fully understands the power of sport to bring people together. Senvest partnered with Northwest Cricket with the Senvest Spinners program, focusing on farm school cricket development. Yet another initiative to make a real change in rural communities. If the past century has shown us anything, it is that integrity, honor, respect and loyalty is a sound foundation to build on. At Senvest, we are proud of this legacy. Because we value all people, we invest in you, the producer, the off-takers, the consumer, and every man, woman and child. Senvest will continue to bring you integrated solutions. We will keep on creating new paths to navigate markets. Our passion is to see you succeed on your farm and in the value chain, now and for generations to come. Your passion, our vision. We are Senvest, breaking new ground. Nation in Conversation at Nampo Harvest Day 2017. Proudly brought to you by AFGRI, Monsanto, Nedbank, Senves, Engen, Grain SA, and John Deere, in association with Hinterland, proudly driven by Imperial Isuzu. Given the current climate in South Africa and rising concerns about the country and economy, Nation in Conversation is still, now more than ever, committed to initiating constructive, solution-driven dialogue. With the agricultural sector having the potential to make a significant difference, our 2017 event is focused on pertinent issues that deserve the urgent attention of all stakeholders. Our journey commenced with a vision from Francois Strydom, Group CEO of Senves. 2013 marked the start of panel discussions at Nampo Harvest Day with the inaugural Senves Toekomsfokus Gespreksforum. It highlighted the importance of such a forum where stakeholders could enter meaningful, solution-driven dialogue. There was a clear need for the project to continue over a longer period of time. In 2014, Nation in Conversation was born. Panel discussions were hosted in the newly built television studio at Nampo Park. The event attracted the attention of media as well as the attention of a much larger audience. Following Nampo 2014, a series of 29 inserts were broadcast on Kyknet's breakfast show, Dagbreek. 2015 marked a new direction. Panel discussions at Nampo were hosted in both Afrikaans and English, with 3 distinct target audiences in mind: business leaders, decision makers, and the government, the general public as consumers of agricultural goods and services, the greater agricultural sector, including producers, agribusinesses, and other stakeholders in the sector. Following the discussions at Nampo Harvest Day on Kyknet, Business Day TV and Soweto TV, 13-part series were produced and broadcast to cater specifically for the 3 key target audiences. Encouragingly, the series were very well received. It stimulated great interest, for instance on Soweto TV, which is perhaps one of the more unconventional market segments with regards to agricultural issues. In 2016, the bar was set even higher. 10 panel discussions were hosted with more than 40 panel members over the 4 days of Nampo Harvest Day. From January 2017, 3 13-part television series were once again produced and broadcast on Kyknet, Business Day TV and Soweto TV. The focus was on an exploration of 12 key agricultural sectors, with produce followed from farm gate to kitchen table, incorporating the contribution of these agricultural sectors to tourism, the local economy and upliftment of communities. Now, 5 years later, Nation in Conversation stays committed to initiating constructive, solution-driven dialogue, promoting the image of agriculture, bridging the gap between producers and consumers, and above all, acknowledging the crucial role our producers play in terms of community upliftment, job creation, food security, the economy, and towards the growth and sustainability of our country. Nation in Conversation at Nampo 2017, focusing on agriculture, a positive outlook, land reform issues, successful transformation initiatives, women in agriculture, financial planning, labor and diversification, the role of advisors, technology and soil health, the move from commodity to trademark, and a special focus on the youth, career opportunities and how to attract new entrants to the agricultural sector. Thank you to our valued corporate partners, hosts, panel members, media representatives, and each and every individual that works together to ensure a healthy agricultural sector. Nation in Conversation.
Koejawels ruik na Sondag toe ek klein was en uit die boom se mik geryk het na die son. 'n Diep nostalgie het in die gemeenskaplike bewussyn ontstaan vir die verlore maar nie vergete paradys nie, as ook 'n sterk begeerte om dit te herwin. Onthou jy die vetkoek en muns by die kerk se bazaar, die vis en chips by die kafee op die hoek, toegedraai in koerantpapier? Onthou jy die naweekbederf saam met oupa by die plaaslike koöperasie? Eintlik, jare later, het niks verander nie. Hinterland, herontdek dit wat saak maak. Deur die handelstakke Afgri Town and Country, Senwes Village en Farm City bied Hinterland jou alles wat jy kan onthou en soveel meer. Aan die ander kant het ons tred gehou met 'n snel ontwikkelende wêreld om aan jou selfs 'n nog beter ervaring te bied. Met 64 handelstakke in 6 provinsies is Hinterland daartoe verbind om verhoudings te bou en bande te smee. Ons glo in saamwerk, konsolidasie, uitbreiding, die uitbou van infrastruktuur, onderhandelinge, toeganklikheid, standvastigheid en die ontwerp van unieke oplossings. En dit is ons visie. Dit is juis ons persoonlike, langtermyn strategiese vennootskappe wat ons in staat stel om op elke vlak aan klante se behoeftes te voorsien. Ons klante kan die vrugte van hierdie vertrouensverhoudings en lojaliteit pluk. Deur ekonomie van skaal, kollektiewe koopkrag en effektiewe kostebestuur verseker ons dat ons klante die maksimum voordeel kan trek om koste-effektief besigheid te bedryf. Gesonde verhoudings is gegrond op wederwysige respek, eerlikheid en openhartigheid. Ons streef daarna om ook met jou 'n persoonlike langtermynverhouding te bou. Dit sluit in dat ons gereeld in verbinding bly met ons klante deur verskeie kommunikasiekanale om te verseker dat elkeen op hoogte bly van nuwe produkte, ontwikkelinge en spesiale aanbiedinge. Ons luister ook graag na jou behoeftes en verwelkom voorstelle om jou koopervaring nog beter te maak. Hinterland, die bymekaarkomplek vir ons boere. Elke stadsjapie met 'n tuin, 'n huis, 'n een-stop inkopiebestemming. Ons produkreeks sluit in 'n volledige reeks plaasbenodighede, insetkommoditeite soos saad, kunsmis en gewasbeskerming, brandstof, dieregesondheid en veevoer. En daarmee saam besproeiing, buiteleweprodukte, doen dit self benodighede, wapens en ammunisie, sowel as tuin- en hardeware produkte. Hinterland verseker dat hul klante onbeperkte toegang het tot die produkte wat aan hul diverse vereistes voldoen. Hinterland se verhouding strek selfs nog verder en sluit noue bande met plaaslike gemeenskappe in. Op grondvlak is ons betrokke by 'n verskeidenheid gemeenskapsprojekte en opheffingsinisiatiewe en lewer ondersteuning aan plaaslike gemeenskappe. Hinterland is ook 'n trotse vennoot van die landbougespreksinisiatief Nasie in Gesprek, 'n platform wat van stapel gestuur is om die beeld van landbou te bevorder en gesprekke binne die industrie te stimuleer om werkbare oplossings vir uitdagings te vind. Jy sien, deur die jare het soveel verander. Tog het soveel dieselfde gebly. By Hinterland ontmoet ervaring en innovering. Kom, herontdek dit wat saak maak.
What you leave behind is not what is engraved in stone monuments, but what is woven into the lives of others. Our deep respect for the land and its harvest is the legacy of generations of farmers who put food on our tables, preserve our landscape, and inspire us with a powerful work ethic. By being devoted to the value chain that supports food security, we are connected to the families it feeds, the potential it nurtures, and the purpose it provides. Your vision, our passion. Senves, breaking new ground. With its operations in the heartland of central South Africa, Senves has been serving the entire food sector, not only in South Africa, but also beyond the national borders for more than 100 years. We feel the bite of every drought and the joy when the rain finally comes. It's about being there for you when it matters most. Adaptability and innovation are some of the most important traits needed to thrive. Our constant drive to better our services and products has enabled us to develop integrated business solutions with the final aim to provide workable solutions. As one of the most respected agribusinesses on the continent, our team is tuned to the beat of ensuring sustainable livelihoods for all. And as partners do, we see your improved value, productivity and profitability also as our success. Senves has invested in a number of independent corporate entities to broaden our role in the agri-value chain. Having the right tools and supplies are important factors in running a farm. Joining forces makes us stronger, such as the Hinterland joint venture between Senves and Afgri. Trading as Afgri Town and Country, Farm City and Senves Village, Hinterland provides a retail offering through 64 branches in 6 provinces, including a variety of products and services. Bringing you the best quality and reliable equipment is a priority for us. Senves Equipment is therefore the exclusive supplier of John Deere and JCB whole goods, parts and services to Central South Africa and the Eastern Cape through 27 outlets and 18 workshops. Senves also recognizes the importance of precision farming to ensure profitability and sustainability. We therefore work with you towards tailored solutions. Senves Equipment expanded its footprint to the Western Cape through a joint venture with JDI as exclusive John Deere and JCB supplier in this province. Prodist is now one of the largest wholesale and bulk suppliers of agricultural implement components, replacement parts and tools, with over 1,500 outlets in Southern Africa to ensure accessibility to supplies. Another partnership to create a reliable supply chain. Grasland specializes in producing high-quality dolomite and calcite lime products for agriculture and industrial use from their 4 mines in the Northwest Province. Thus, by feeding the soil that feeds the nation, Senves and NWK complements the food value chain. Without quality seed, the input value chain is as good as broken. Senves Seed gives producers peace of mind by providing this vital link in sustainable agriculture. The Senves service offering is crafted to assist you through an integrated business solution approach. Getting the necessary funds to run a farming business is often a challenge. With the financial assistance offered through Senves Credit, you can breathe a bit easier. We offer unique and sustainable credit solutions to bridge the gap when you need it most, enabling producers and grain off-takers to afford new ventures and grow their enterprises. Need some assistance to afford the necessary movable assets? Look no further than Senves Asset Finance. This joint venture between Senves and Westbank provides financial services regarding all movable asset needs. Senvest joined forces with NWK to create Certisure, looking after your personal and business risk management. As a financial services provider, we offer a comprehensive range of solutions from asset, crop insurance, financial planning, credit life insurance and medical schemes. We leave no man behind. Univision Broker Services provides administration services to various short-term insurance brokers to give you added peace of mind. Market access is a crucial link in the food value chain. Senvest GrainLink is the proverbial matchmaker between the farm and off-taker. The grain storage capacity of Senvest GrainLink silos is a staggering 4.8 million tons in its 68 grain silo complexes. This is slightly more than a quarter of the total capacity of the country's commercial grain storage infrastructure. We make sure that the harvest is handled with care throughout our grading, weighing and storing process. Through 18 grain procurement offices and grain trading desks, we create a smooth link between grain procurement and marketing. Basis Link was developed by Senvest GrainLink, an online grain basis trading system to make trading more transparent. Supporting the Senvest GrainLink notion of easy, transparent trading, electronic silo certificates is an efficient, secure system allowing owners to safely and conveniently manage their own portfolios online. Transporting your goods to the market is as old as farming itself. Senvest and Imperial Logistics saw the need and formed Grainovation, offering specialized transportation of grain commodities in Southern Africa. Senvest also invests in soft commodity trading, yet another essential part of the value chain, bringing products from the farm to the processors. TradeVantage combines grain marketing and trading services on national and international platforms. As a full subsidiary of Senvest, clients benefit from the strong support and network of the company. These benefits include access to competitive markets and quick and effective payments. Clients can count on negotiable contracting and delivery terms. Senvest and 8 partners have come together to give back to rural communities through Tobo Trust, with the aim to promote sustainable development. Beneficiaries include employees from Senvest, farm workers, new entrants to the sector and small-scale farmers. The team of people who make Senvest what it is shares in the vision and passion of producers and off-takers. We don't want to leave anything to chance. Therefore, we developed the Senvest Group Agri Rewards Loyalty Scheme. In this country's new chapter, we have proven our commitment.